classroom, or in old language a couple thousand years ago, planet Earth about to be recycled. Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
Solemn? Assembly. Now, what assembly is solemn? Those who come up hither are simply reading a book. And they're seeing that in this book, the apostle states that the Spirit said, this must be hereafter. And they're seeing a time when God in heaven is ready to judge the world. And what does he do? He has one question asked by a mighty angel. Who is worthy to open this book and to loose the seals thereof?
I'm there to help, and we're here to help. And my opinion is that, look, you're either on board or you're not on board, okay? But just, if you're on board just like the rest of us, period.
Coats are strange. They have been a thing since, the dawn of time. Now, coats are very divisive. They can pretty much be categorized into either religious, political, doomsday coats, sex, and even destructive coats. While most people always see a coat, they always get them confused with they're believing in this or that. But coats are very divisive. They can pretty much be whatever they want. Some of them literally will either be very political and worship an entire political ideology. Sometimes they'll be very doomsday-like and be scared and trying to scare everybody that the world's going to end. And sometimes they even will shout many false narratives of using a religion to pretty much push their ideology. And many coats are very infamous for all the stuff they had done. So today I'll be talking about them. And this iceberg I have found that doesn't have a lot of coats, to be honest. And to be honest, I decided to add more coats to this list, so you can make it be more longer and pretty much tell a lot of other coats that they forgot. So yeah. So this video is gonna get dark a bit. So there is gonna be a real discussion of eyes, and I don't know what else to say now instead of yapping. So grab some snacks because we're gonna be here for a long time. Grab a beverage, a blanket, a pillow, anything, your friends, if you have any. And let's get into this as we talk about the coat iceberg explained.
Kyle, I'm starting to think that this is a really bad idea.
I'm not Kyle. I'm Butters. I thought you were Kyle.
No, I'm Stan.
You're Stan? Where's Kenny?
Who are you?
I'm Kyle.
Guess who I am, you guys?
Cargo codes. Now, these are spiritual and political movements that arose among indigenous Melanesians following Western colonization in the region in the early 20th century alongside during World War II. Many of these cargo codes have pretty much initially emerged in Malaysia and other parts of the Pacific following the arrival of foreign goods and military forces during colonial era in World War II, as islanders had witnessed ships and planes delivering abundance of supplies or cargo, but did not know the logistics and production of transport. And many of these cargo codes have a wide diversity of beliefs and practices, but typically, but not universally, include charismatic prophet figures foretelling a coming catalytic or utopia for followers, predictions that these prophets of the return of the dead ancestors or other powerful beings bring the cargo, and they believe that the ancestral spirits responsible for the creation of the cargo, and instruction by these prophets to followers to fulfill the prophecy by either reviving ancestral traditions or adopting new rituals, such as dancing or imitating the actions of colonists or military personnel, like flag raising, marching, and drilling. Alongside even building and mimicking many structures that are either satellite arrays, sometimes uniforms of U.S. soldiers, planes, and even rifles. As many of these cargo coats pretty much believe that if they keep doing this, they believe that the cargo may come back, even though it hasn't since World War II. And even though that many of these cargo coats had disappeared after World War II, some of them are still active, such as the John Frum coat, the Tom Navy coat, both on Tanna Island, the Prince Philip movement on the island of Tanna, the Palalulu movement on Papua New Guinea, and the Pele Association on Papua New Guinea. And they are still active to this day, and these are one of the most interesting, coats that's in this video. The Children of God, or Family International. Now, this is an American new religious movement founded in 1968 by David Brettenberg. And the group had gone under a number of different names since its creation, including the Teens for Christ, the Children of God, the Family of Love, or simply called the Family. Now, David Brandenburg was a former Christian and Missionary Alliance pastor, as he started in 1968 being as an evangelical preacher with a following of born-again hippies who gathered at a coffee house in Huntington Beach in Orange County, California in 1969. After having a revelation that California would be hit by a major earthquake, he had soon left Huntington Beach and took his followers on the road. As they would proselytize in the streets and distribute pamphlets with leaders within the Children of God, we were referred to as the Chain, and members of the Children of God founded communes, and the first were called colonies, which is now referred to as homes, in various cities across America. And Berg communicated with his followers by writing letters, as he published nearly 3,000 letters over a period of 24 years, referred to as the Mo Letters. And by 1972, the Children of God stated that it had around 130 communities around the world, and by the mid-1970s, it had colonies in an estimated 70 countries. As well, the BBC reported that 10,000 full-time children members in the 1970s. And Berg had introduced a new politicizing method called flirty fishing, or FFing, which encouraged female members to show God's love to sexual relationship with many potential converts. As flirty fishing was practiced by members of Berg Inner Circle starting in 1973, it was introduced into general membership by 1967. As soon they'll be called the Family of Love now in 1978. And with this new flirty fishing thing, they had pretty much continued throughout the 1980s. They have been also accused of sexually in minors within the organization. There's considerable evidence to support this claim, as 1/8 of the total membership left the movement after this. And those who remained became part of a reorganized movement called the Family of Love after, and soon later called the Family in 1982 or 1984. And it's pretty estimated around that members had sexual contact with over 200,000 people while practicing flirty fishing in the 1980s. In 1994, David Berg was soon died, and Karen Zerbe, known in the group as Mama Maria or Queen Maria or Maria David, will soon assume leadership of the group. In February 1995, they introduced the Love Charter, which defined the rights and responsibilities for charter members in homes. And the charter also includes fundamental family rules, a summary of rules and guidelines from past TF publications, which are still in effect. And now they are called the Family International. But they still, exist to this day, as recent teachings are based on beliefs as which they determine the new spiritual weapons, and TFI members believe that they are soldiers in a spiritual war of good versus evil for the souls, hearts of men. Alongside spirit helpers, which includes angels and other religious mythical figures, and departed humans, including celebrities as well, as they believe, which is the goddess Aphrodite, the snowman, Merlin, the Sphinx, Elvis Presley, Marilyn Monroe, Audrey Hepburn, Richard Nixon, and Richard Churchill. I'm sorry. Alongside the Family International, even produced multiple pop songs alongside with many music videos. With one notable song released in 1985 was Kathy Don't Go, about women who go into the supermarket where customers have barcodes on their head and foreheads, who almost get implanted with the 66 microchip. Nicole also created children's shows with an example called Life with Grandpa, which had characters based on Berg and his family. and had featured sexual themes alongside Christianity-related life lessons, which is really, really weird to add in a children's show. But this cult is really notorious for many criticisms in cases of sexual assault, mainly those against minors. The Jonestown Cult, or People Temple, was a new American religious organization which had pretty much existed between 1955 and 1978, and which is affiliated with the Christian Church Disciples of Christ, founded by Jim Jones in Indianapolis, Indiana. The People Temples has spread a message which combined elements of Christianity and communist and socialist ideology, with emphasis on racial equality. As founder of the church, Jim Jones had became interested in communism and was frustrated by targeting of communists in the United States during the Red Scare during the 1950s, among many other things, and even well supported the civil rights movement. And although he was feared that he would be a victim of the Red Scare of being a communist, he was surprised when a Methodist superintendent helped him into the church. And despite his knowledge that he was a communist, he got in. In 1952, Jones became a student pastor at Summers Southwest Methodist Church in Indianapolis, but left that church because it buried him from integrating African Americans to his congregation. In 1954, he had founded his own church in a rented space in Indianapolis, as he first named it the Community Unity Church. As Jones had previously observed a faith healing service at a Seventh-day Baptist church, which led him to conclude that such healings could attract people and generate income, which he could use to accomplish his social goals. As Jones and Temple members knowingly faked healings because they found that healings increased people's faith and generated financial resources, which they could use to help the poor and finance the church. As these healings involved the use of chicken livers and other animal tissues, which Jones had claimed were cancerous tissues that had been removed from the bodies of the people who had been healed, which is very, very scummy, and many other, people even do this to this day. In 1955, when Jones bought his first church building located in a racially mixed Indianapolis neighborhood, his first name was called the Wing of Deliverance, and later that year, he named it the People Temples Full Gospel Church, as the first time he had used the phrase People Temple. And as the so-called healings had pretty much started getting all around news, it had attracted many spiritualists. Alongside with Jones getting into Latter Rain movement and pretty much being closer with other churches known as the Independent Assemblies of God, which is an international group of churches who embraced the Latter Rain movement. And he was soon quickly rose prominence in the group, working with them, as Jones had organized many of these healing conventions in Indianapolis. As this would actually attract more people to Jones, as they had believed that he had was possessed with a supernatural gift. As soon he moved the People Temple as many places in California, as he had believed that he saw a vision which Indianapolis and Chicago was destroyed in a nuclear attack, convincing the people of the temple to look for a new location. As soon they had listed up 9 places to be in nuclear war, with Brazil topping the list. As Jones had traveled through Brazil from 1962 and 1963, as we have Christian money from the temple for many locations in Brazil, but they had lacked many funds, and soon he had returned to Indiana. As soon they would move to California, and they had many places, which is locations in Los Angeles, Bakersfield, Fresno, San Francisco, and Sacramento. But after moving to California, Jones had begun using many drugs, which further his heightened and paranoia. Jones inclusively used the fear, control to manipulate his followers in California. As Jones had frequently warned his followers were the enemy seeking to destroy them, that the enemy had even changed identity from the Ku Klux Klan to Nazis to redneck vigilantes and finally the American government. As he frequently prophesied that fires, car accidents, and death of entities would come upon anybody who was unfaithful to them. And his teachings had constantly told his followers that they needed to be crusaders by promoting his fulfilled ideals. Alongside with first cases of serious abuse in the People Temple, as in California, as planning the commission carried out by discipline against members who were not fulfilling Jones' vision or following rules, Jones' control over the members' People Temple extended to their sex lives, as those who could be married and some members who were coerced to get abortions, as Jones began to require sexual favors from wives of some members of the church, and Jones had also several male members in congregation. And members who even rebelled against Jones' control were punished and reduced with food rations, and harsher work schedules and public ridicule and humiliations, as sometimes with physical violence, as well as the temple membership has soon grew. Jones created a security group to ensure order among his followers and ensure his safety. And many of these groups having personalized security squad cars and armed their guards with rifles and pistols. As soon this cult will have up to around 20,000 members. And soon he'll move to San Francisco to be more open with his true political and theological leanings. But with the fear of the IRS was soon, investigating them for a religious tax exemption, alongside many media investigations of abuse, Jones would have soon moved him and his followers to Guyana, which he had soon made a lease to rent land there. As by 1977, the settlement had around 50 residents. And Jones has saw this place called Jonestown, as he had called it a socialist paradise and a sanctuary from media scrutiny that started with the kin-starving articles. And in 1978, Representative Leo Ryan, who was investigating claims of abuse within the temple, visited Jonestown. During the visit, a number of temple members expressed a desire to leave with them. And on November 18, some had even accompanied Ryan to a local airstrip, as they were intercepted by temple security guards who opened fire on the group, killing Ryan and 3 journalists. In a few seconds, of gunfire was from the incident that were captured by video on NBC cameraman Bob Brown, one of the journalists killed in the attack. As the reason why they had shot him was because there was abuse and many people was being starved in Jonestown. It was literally a concentration camp. And after they had recorded this, Jim Jones know that he would be caught. And after this, Jones ordered his congregation to drink cyanide-laced grape flavor aid, in which all 918 people had died, including over 200 children. This include 4 that had died at temple headquarters that night. But those who had resisted committing the revolutionary suicide were either ejected with fatal dose of cyanide, as where infants were even killed, and others had survived by fleeing through the jungle. As Jones and his inner circle had even died, more likely of self-inflicted gunshot wounds. As this would be one of the largest mass events and one of the largest mass deaths of American civilians before 9/11. As this seer had shocked the world and had even made to many distrust against many fringe religious groups as well, alongside even leading to the phrase, "Don't drink the Kool-Aid." Heaven Gates. This was a new American religious movement that was founded by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles, known within the movement as Doe and T. As they first had met in 1972 and went on a journey of spiritual discovery and identified themselves as the 2 witnesses of the Book of Revelation, attracting a following of several hundred people in the mid-1970s. In 1976, a core group of a few dozen members had started recruiting in an institutionalized monastic lifestyle. And this is a mixture of Christianity, millennialism, New Age, and UFOlogy, and have been characterized as a UFO religion, meaning they believe in, aliens, alongside believe that they are aliens. I don't know. Yeah, the cult literally central belief that they followers could transform themselves into immortal extraterrestrial beings by rejecting their human nature, and they were sent to heaven, which is referred to as the next level or evolutionary level above humans. Marshall Applewhite began his foray into biblical prophecy in the early 1970s. As in 1972, he had met Bonnie Nettles, a 44-year-old married nurse with interest in theophosophy and biblical prophecy. The circumstances of their meeting are unclear, but according to Applewhite's writing, the two had met in the hospital where she had worked as a nurse. As she was also involved with the Theosophical Society and had participated in weekly seances with a local group in Houston. And Applewhite and Nettles had pawned the life of Saint Francis of Assisi, hope I said it right, who was an Italian mystic and poet and Catholic friar who had founded the religious order of the Francis, and had even read works by Helena Blavatsky, R.D. Lang, and Richard Bach. And they had kept a King James Bible and studied passages from the New Testament focused on Christology, asceticism, and eschatology. And Applewhite had also read many science fiction, including works by Arthur C. Clarke. And by June 19th, Applewhite and Nettles' beliefs had soon solidified, as they concluded that they had been chosen to fulfill a biblical prophecy and have been given higher level minded than other people. As they wrote a pamphlet that described Jesus' reincarnation as a Texan, a veiled reference to Applewhite. Furthermore, they concluded that they were the two witnesses described in the book of Revelations, and occasionally visited churches and spiritual groups to speak with their identities, often referring to themselves as a two or the UFO two, as they believed that they'd be killed and resurrected in a view of others and transported onto a spaceship, as an event which they referred to as a demonstration was to prove their claims. And these ideas were pretty received by many other religious groups, as it just sounds very wacky. As soon they had gained many other followers, such as Sharon Morgan, who had embedded her own children to join them. But she had soon returned to her family, as Nettles and Applewhite were arrested and charged with credit card fraud for using her credit cards, although she had told them that they can use them, and charges would soon be dropped. And Applewhite and Nettles had soon resolved to contact extraterrestrials and sought like-minded followers, as they had published advertisements for meetings where they had recruited disciples called the Crew, and even contributed to represent beings from another planet, the Next Level, who had sought participants for an experiment. They said that those who agreed in these experiments would be brought to a higher evolutionary level. And during the 1970s, during a meeting of a group of 80 people in Studio City, Los Angeles, simulationists revelation that there were the two witnesses in the Bible during the end time. As soon they had gathered many more followers, and many of the people who had joined them had pretty much cut off all contact with their friends and family, and pretty much living in a carnal and ascetic lifestyle. Alongside many other male members, including Applewhite, had even chose to have himself castrated. But there'll be a big ideology change, as Nettles' death from cancer in 1985 had challenged the group's original belief, ascending to heaven while alive. This had led to the revised doctrine that followers would need to shed their physical bodies to reach the next level of evolution, they had said. In 1996, the group had rented a large house which they had called the Monastery, which was a 9,000 square foot mansion located near Colina Norte in Rancho Santa Fe, California. As they had paid the $7,000 per month rent in cash, in the same month, the group had purchased an alien adoption insurance that would cover up to 50 members and would pay out $1 million per person. As this policy they had made was pretty much a policy that covered abduction, impregnation, or death by aliens. Yeah, they actually believed that the aliens were going to do stuff to them. But on March 13th, 1997, media reported a mass sighting of unidentified lights over Phoenix, and during March 19th and to the 20th, Marshall Applewhite had taken himself in a video titled "Do Final Exit," speaking of the mass and the only way to evacuate this Earth, after asserting that Comet Halley Pop was a sign that the group had been looking for, as well as speculation that an unidentified flying object was trailing the comet, as Applewhite and his 38 followers prepared for the original suicide, coincided with the closest approach to the comets, so as those could reach the next level before the closure of Heaven's Gate. Members believed that after their deaths, a UFO would take their souls to another level of existence above human, which was described being both physical and spiritual. As these preparations had included most of the members videotaping their own farewell message, as 39 adherents, 21 women and 18 men between the ages of 26 and 72 have believed to die in the three groups over the 3 days of this mass suicide. As members had took many poisons mixed with applesauce or pudding and washed it down with vodka. After ingesting the mix, they had secured plastic bags around their heads and induced asphyxiation. As all 39 were dressed in identical black shirts and sweatpants and brand new black and white Nikes, alongside an armband patch reading "Heaven Gates Away" team, as one of the most insensitive groups of the use of the term of Star Trek, as each member had carried a $5 bill and 3 quarters in their pockets. And according to foreign members, this was standard for members leaving the home for jobs, and humans' way to tell them that they had left the planet permanently. The $5 was for covering the cost of vagrancy, and the quarters was for calling home from payphones. As another former member stated that it was a reference to Mark Twain's story. And Heaven Gates is also considered to be one of the first, and not to be honest, but the first internet cult ever. They had used the internet, including having a website, one through their own web designs, that is pretty much try to promote the cult, and it's sort of up to this day, but it's more like an archive version of it. Manson family. The Manson family, also known as the family was a commune, gang, and a cult led by criminal Charles Manson. And this is one of the most controversial and well-known cults in America. Started by Charles Manson in 1967, Charles Manson had spent more than half of his life in many Christian facilities. As right after I got out of prison, he started the Manson family. As Charles Manson had moved to San Francisco, or with the help of a prison acquaintance, he moved into an apartment in Berkeley, and soon became acquainted with Mary Bruner, a 23-year-old graduate at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, who was working as a library assistant at the time, and moved in with her. And according to many accounts, he had brought in many other women inside the apartment to live with them. Like at the time, it was like around 18 other women living alongside them. As he had soon established himself as a guru in San Francisco Haight-Ashbury district, which during 1967, some of our love was emerging as a signature hippie locale, he had became borrowed in some of philosophy from the processes of churches of the final judgment, and members of which I believe Satan will become reconciled to Jesus, and they become together at the end of the world to judge humanity. As Manson soon had the first group of his followers, most of them were female, and they were later dubbed the Manson family. And he allegedly had taught his followers that they were a reincarnation of the original Christians, and the establishment could be categorized as the Romans. Sometime around 1967, he began using the alias Charles Willis Manson. And before the end of the summer, Manson and some of his followers began traveling on the old school bus that adapted, putting colored rugs and pillows in place of many seats that had been removed. And they eventually settled in Los Angeles, areas of Topanga Canyon, Malibu, and Venice. In 1968, Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys had picked up Patricia Krenwinkel and Ella Jo Bailey while they were under the influence of alcohol and LSD. And Wilson took them to this Pacific Palisades house for a few hours, and following the morning, when he returned, he was greeted by Charles Manson, who soon began kissing Wilson's feet. Inside the house, Wilson had discovered 12 strangers, mostly women, and over a few months, the number of women had doubled in Wilson's house as he covered for their costs, which came up to around $100,000, as his total was included a large medical bill for treatment for their gonorrhea. As Wilson was sang and taught with Manson, and both men treated the women as servants. Alongside even paid for studio time to record songs written and performed by Manson to introduce him to the entertainment businesses. In August of the same year, Manson had soon established a base for the family at the Span Ranch after Wilson's landlord had soon evicted them. And it had been a television and movie set for many westerns, but the buildings had deteriorated by the time the family had appeared at the property. And by the late 1960s, the ranch had soon diverted revenue primarily from selling horseback rides. And many other female members, did chores around the ranch and occasionally had sex on Manson orders with the ranch nearly blind 80-year-old owner. And the women also acted as guides for him. In exchange, he would, let them live there for free. And the Manson family have also been known for many use of drugs alongside many crimes that committed, such as the Crow shooting, when Texas Watson became involved in drug dealing and robbed a drug dealer named of Bernard Crow, as Crow allegedly responded with a threat to kill everyone at the ranch they were at. In response, Charles Manson had shot Crow on the 1st of July 1969 at Manson's Hollywood apartment. In the death of Gary Hinman in 1969, as Gary Hinman, who was a music teacher and PhD student at UCLA, at some point in the 60s had befriended members of the Manson family, and allowing some to even stay at his home. And according to some people, Manson believed that he was, wealthy, and he sent family members Bobby Basili and Mary Bruner in Atkins to Hinman's home as to pretty much convince him to join the family and turn over assets Manson thought Hinman had inherited. And the three had held him hostage for 2 days as he did not have any money. And during this time, Manson had arrived with a sword and slashed his face and ear, after he was soon stabbed to death. On the night of August 8th, 1969, Manson had directed Tex Watson to take Susan Atkins, Linda Casbanian, and Patricia Krenwinkel to Mitchell's former home in Los Angeles. And according to Watson, Manson had told them to kill everyone there. And the home has recently been rented to actress Sharon Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski, as he was away in Europe working on a movie. And Manson told 3 women to do as Watson told them. As the family members had killed the 5 people they had found: Sharon Tate, who was 8 and a month half pregnant, who who was living there at the time, J. Sebring, Abigail Fogger, and Wojcicki Frescosi. I hope I said their names right. And after they had killed her, Atkins had wrote pig with takes blood on the front door as they left that pretty much wrote the word pig. As these murders had created a nationwide sensation and put all eyes on the Manson family. As there were many other murders following this as well, as the murder of Leno and Rosemary Bianca, the murder of Donald Shorty Shia, and many other suspected further murders, such as the death of Nancy Warren, Doran Morrell Scott, Mark Walt, John Philip Hart, James Sharp, and Lawrence Merrick. Now, one possible motive of the reason why they killed them was that the murders were intended to promote a race war called the Helter Skelter, as others had argued that murders was pretty much trying to attempt to free the family member Bobby Buscelli, who had been arrested for the murder of Gary Hinman. Now, what is the Helter Skelter, by the way? This was a popular vision that was supposedly embraced by Charles Manson and members of his family that at the trial of the Manson family that have been claimed that racial tensions between blacks and whites were about to erupt, pretending that black Americans would rise up in rebellion, and that it was foretold in the Beatles songs of the same name. And some members of the Manson family had even tried to do an assassination attempt on U.S. President Gerald Ford in 1975 by family member Lynette Squeaky Forme. And Charles Manson, during this trial, the Manson family was soon dissolved, and he would soon be imprisoned in 1971, as he was convicted of first-degree murder in Los Angeles for the death of musician Gary Hinman, alongside convicted of first-degree murder for the murder of Donald Shia. And following the 1972 decision of California v. Anderson, California death sentences were ruled unconstitutional, so he pretty much didn't get the death penalty, as he was soon sentenced to prison for life. In 1980s, he gave many interviews to the mainstream media, and the first one was recorded at California Medical Facility in 1981. That was by Tom Snyder for the NBC Tomorrow Show. The second recorded at San Quentin State Prison by Charles Rose for CBS News Night Watch. And in 2017, Charles Manson soon died due to colon cancer, as the Manson family would have been one of the most deranged and controversial cults in American history. The Pythagoreans was an ancient Greek philosophical and religious movement founded by Pythagoras in the 6th century. Known for their belief that the universe is fundamentally based on numbers, the school was categorized by a communal aesthetic lifestyle and belief in the transmigration of the soul, which is reincarnation, as they made significant contributions to mathematics and music theory and influenced later Western philosophy, especially through the works of Plato. And following political instability in Magna Graecia, some Pythagorean philosophers have soon moved to mainland Greece, while others had regrouped in Rhegium. And by about 400 BC, majority of the Pythagoreans had left Italy. And Pythagorean ideas had soon exercised and marked influence on Plato through him, as on all Western philosophy, And as a philosophical tradition, Pythagoreanism was soon revived in the 1st century BC, giving rise to Neo-Pythagoreanism and the worship of Pythagoras continued in Italy and as a religious community. And Pythagoreans appeared to have survived as part of or deeply influenced the Baha'i cult and Orphism. Also, yes, this iceberg will include, cults from ancient times, so yeah. Various cult personalities. Now, these aren't really cults, but more like when the government leader, a person or group kind of have a huge cult following that actually kind of changes a lot of stuff. Often through unquestioning flattery and praise. And many, leaders have pretty much used it as manipulation of mass media and creation of propaganda and manipulation of arts, and pretty much using to see themselves as higher than what they truly are. Now, throughout human history, many monarchs and other head of states were treated with enormous reverence, as they were thought to be endowed with superhuman qualities. And though the principle of divine rights of knights, notably in medieval Europe, was said to hold the office, were by the will of God or the will of the gods. Like in ancient Egypt, Imperial Japan, the Inca, the Aztecs, and the Roman Empire had many, their monarchs as god kings, as like leaders of like very chosen by God pretty much, even though they weren't. As many examples of many core personalities will often include throughout many leaders in history, such as Napoleon, many Roman emperors such as Julius Caesar and Augustus will have a large core personality, alongside even in World War II with fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, as both Mussolini and Adolf Hitler had pretty much used their propaganda campaign and had used, many other speeches to pretty much, create many, propaganda and have a huge cult following. As with the rise of fascism in the 1920s, this had pretty much boasted both Mussolini and Hitler to like many powers. Alongside with many propaganda in Nazi Germany, even depicting Hitler as a knight, like as a defender of Germany sometimes. And with fascist Italy, where Benito Mussolini had pretty much implemented himself in like many books throughout Italy, alongside even in first grade textbooks. As with Italy wars against Ethiopia and many parts of North Africa, he had pretty much tried making himself to pretty much be a reconstructor of the new Roman Empire. I mean, people saw him as Augustus, alongside even trying to spread his personality throughout the Arab world, as when he had pretty much declared himself to be protector of Islam during his visit in Libya. Alongside in the Soviet Union, when Vladimir Lenin, up until the end of the USSR, Lenin's portrait in quotes was part of the culture. However, during his lifetime, he was denounced any built of a core personality of his own, but it was soon transferred mainly to Joseph Stalin. After taking power in the late 1920s, Stalin had integrated his ideals into his own cult. But his attitudes would soon began to shift in favor with the 1930s, as he pretty much started the Great Purge of 1936 already to 1938. But he would still remain very popular due to his propaganda and how he was very, very harsh on many people who even spoke out against him, until his death in the 1950s. And most notably, which currently is going on right now in North Korea, with their own core personality, with the Kim dynasty. As ever since the beginning in 1948, the Kim family had pretty much existed for decades and can be found in many aspects of North Korean culture. Although not acknowledged by the North Korean government, many defectors and Western visitors of the state often stiff penalties for those who criticize or do not show proper respect for the regime. His corporate personality has soon began to pretty much surge after Kim Il-sung had took power in 1948. It was greatly soon expanded upon after his death, as he would soon be replaced by his son Kim Jong-il, which had pretty much boasted meaning his corporate personality in North Korea. As North Korea, in the extreme nature of corporate personalities, surpasses those of Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong, as its code is also marked by intensity of the people's feelings for devotion for their leaders, and key role played by Confucius' ideology of feminism in both maintaining the cult, thereby sustaining the regime itself. And literally in North Korea, there's literally a picture of all their leaders in their homes, and if you damage that photo, if you don't respect your leaders, you and your entire family will be sent to a camp. So yeah. And after the Soviet Union even had soon collapsed, there was sort of a core personality with Vladimir Putin, as he pretty much represents himself as a sporty, tough guy in public image, demonstrating his physical capabilities and taking part of unusual and dangerous acts, because he literally took down a tiger one time, and he's pretty much very totalitarianism, as anyone who speaks out against him, all of his political leaders, were killed in mysterious ways. And by using many propaganda with the current war in Ukraine, alongside with the war in Syria, he pretty much had many people support him. Israel, which many critics had pretty much criticized Benjamin Netanyahu, he was the current and longest serving prime minister of Israel in Israel history, as many people assume positioned him as having a personality cult. As a study claimed that Netanyahu had created a popularity and maintained power by setting a narrative in which Iran was acquiring capacity to annihilate Israel and wreak havoc upon Israel and the Western world. As Benjamin Netanyahu has said many times, Iran is weeks away from building a nuclear weapon.
Iran Iran, by the way, is also outpacing Iraq in the development of ballistic missile systems that they hope will reach the eastern seaboard of the United States within 15 years. By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
Alongside saying which Jews are threatened by an anti-Semitic regime unless Israel leads a protective response while controlling a core personality and prompting security to all Israelis, and thus solidifying support through an orchestrated unity, which includes the ritual of the leader offering security in return for the people's exchange of gratitude. While the two main political blocks of Israel center on its personality can be described as only Bibi and anyone but Bibi. As critics even accuse Netanyahu of a personality cult, which include opinion journalists and the Jerusalem Post. And a number of statesmen in American history have been noted by various historians by being supported by effects of cult personalities, as most profound figures in American history are often, the Founding Fathers, which include George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, and Paul Revere, and other American citizens, mainly statesmen, mainly including presidents like Andrew Jackson, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, and most notably Donald Trump, have been seen as having a large cult personality, mainly in recent years with, Donald Trump and Trumpism. Which, even though it is a political ideology, Trumpism has been described by many people as a cult personality and sometimes just a straight up cult, with MAGA and many Trump supporters has many people even say that they're a cult. Now, I don't like politics, but yeah, it is a cult. It's just the way many Trump supporters act is very occult, as it has been categorized by many scholars by having authoritarian leanings and have been associated with the belief that a president is above the rule of law, and it has been referred as America's political variant of the far right. Alongside with many people, even like using Donald Trump saying that he's a king in some post. Even recently, Donald Trump had pretty much made a response to the No King protest of him in a jet flying over protesters, covering them with poop, and it's AI generated too. Alongside with the January 6th, Capitol Hill riot, which had, pretty much many Trump supporters had stormed the Capitol building on January 6, 2021. Many Trump supporters had gathered in Washington, D.C. and had stormed the Capitol Hill building, as many people were even killed doing this. And before this attack, he pretty much, gathered his supporters in Washington, D.C. and pretty much said the election was stolen by radical left Democrats and pretty much, want to reject Biden's victory. But yeah, I don't want to get into politics. I'm just saying that, okay? It's a big cult personality behind Donald Trump. Alongside, there's an actual cult behind Donald Trump called QAnon, which I'll get into later, because it's very, very interesting.
Oh, I also forgot to mention that the FBI director had made a series of books based around Donald Trump with his self-insert original character in it called The Plot to Remove the King or whatever. Oh my god. And what's even crazy is people actually like these books and actually give it to their children. Oh my god. That is wow.
And not just, many political leaders also have a cult personality, but also many famous people as well, such as BTS, LeBron James, Beyonce, Elon Musk, Andrew Tate, and Taylor Swift. Scientology. Okay, I was talking about the church itself alongside the religion itself, because it's sort of different but similar, but it's complicated a bit. Church Scientology is certain beliefs and practices invented by American author L. Ron Hubbard, and an associated movement as it varies as defined as a business, a cult, and a religion, in many cases as a scam. As Hubbard initially developed pseudo-scientific ideas that he has represented as a form of therapy, which he called Dianetics, an organization that established in the 1950s, but a company that was made to went to promote it and went bankrupt. And soon many people even rejected like his ideas. And I see because his ideas as religion, likely for tax purposes and to avoid prosecution, he named it Scientology. In 1953, he founded the Church of Scientology. As many beliefs include reincarnation and that traumatic events where so-called like commands, like recordings in the mind turned engrams and can be removed through activity called auditing, which is a free of charge for each session. And once an auditor deemed individual for a group of engrams, they are given status of clear. As Scientologists believe that, well, humans are immortal spirituals called Therians, who have become trapped in the physical world and are burdened by past traumas. Alongside, Hubbard even wrote about a great catastrophe that took place 75 million ago. And according to the story of the Scientology, 75 million ago, there was a galactic confederacy of 76 planets ruled over a leader called Xenu. The confederacy was overpopulated, and Xenu had transported millions of aliens to Earth and killed them with hydrogen bombs. I'm sorry. I'm being dead ass trying to keep a straight face while I talk about this because I know this is serious. So, the Therians of those killed were seen closer together, and implants were soon instituted to them. Designed to kill anybody that these Therians would soon, well, inhabit, that they would recall the event of their destruction. After their massacre, several of officers and the Xeno servants rebelled against him, ultimately capturing and imprisoning him. And Hubbard had claimed to have discovered the Xeno myth in 1967 by having taken a plunge deep into his time track. As Scientology teaches that attempting to recover this information from the time track typically results in an individual's death, caused by the presence of Xeno implants. But because of Herbert's technology, this death can be avoided. So yeah, I guess humans are aliens. Oh my god, I'm being honest to keep a straight face right here. And Scientology has been known to be really, really secretive. Even though they have many members, over around 30,000 members worldwide, they have been known to be very, very secretive. Alongside even including death of practitioners while staying at the Church of Scientology properties, several instances of criminal activities, and allegations by former members of human trafficking, child labor, exploitation, and even forced abortions. Alongside very controversial, which is the name of the detention building, which is known as the SP Hall or the SP Hole or the A to E room, which is operated by the Church of Scientology, which is on a private compound, and many people even say this here is a prison. As many people who are sent here have to sleep into very horrible ways and are treated horribly. Alongside with many people had pretty much had escaped the Church of Scientology, had pretty much said it was horrible and many people be abused. Alongside even many families are even being ripped apart because of this cult. And Church of Scientology had even been actually banned in many countries such as Russia, Greece, France, Germany. Alongside in Israel, it's not even categorized as a religion, it's just categorized as an enterprise. And there's often many celebrities who are part of the Church of Scientology, such as Tom Cruise, who have been the main spokesperson and one of the faces of the Church of Scientology every time is brought up. Isaac Hayes, who's in South Park, and which is one of the reasons why he had even left South Park either way, because in South Park had pretty much made fun of Church of Scientology a lot. And this had caused a big controversy because many people said that he just quit the show, but his son had even said that Church of Scientology had even told him to quit, and many people even believe that he was actually killed by them. And Church of Scientology is still active to this day and are still very controversial, and especially still try to recruit people, especially in Los Angeles, because there was many posts of Church of Scientology being very secretive when they recruit people, as they literally lock the doors, even go in there, alongside even having their windows literally tint. And people try to tell people to get out of there. So yeah, they're very, very creepy. The Ku Klux Klan. Now, Ku Klux Klan, or the KKK, is a Protestant-led white supremacist far-right hate group alongside even a terrorist organization, as this was founded during the 1865 during the Reconstruction in the devastated South. And the group is typically structured as a secret society alongside having clean code activities, and many committing many violent acts and temptation to impose their criteria and oppress their victims, most notably African Americans, Jews, and Catholics, alongside even being very anti-Muslim, anti-immigration, and anti-globalization. And there have been 3 distinct iterations throughout the various years of the Ku Klux Klan. As the first Klan was established in 1865 during the Reconstruction era for men opposed to Reconstruction, and was founded by Confederate veterans that assaulted and murdered politically active black and their white political opponents in the South. But the first Klan was actually very small. And federal law enforcement began taking action against it around 1861 and was soon shut down, as the Klan had sought to overthrow Republican state governments in the South, especially by using voter intimidation and violence against African American leaders. And the Klan was soon organized into numerous independent chapters across the southern United States, as each chapter was autonomous and highly secretive about membership. And members had made their own colorful costumes and robes and pointed hats, designed to be terrifying and hide their identities, as most Klan were white, blue, or whatever. Sometimes even black. Kind of very ironic. And by 1915, the second Klan was founded atop on Stone Mountain, Georgia by William and Joseph Simmons. While Simmons had relied on documents from the original Klan and memories of some surviving elders, the Klan was revived and based heavily on the widely popular film Birth of a Nation. Now, Birth of a Nation was based off a novel by Thomas Dixon Jr., and this is pretty much a movie that pretty much glorifies the Ku Klux Klan, the first iteration of Ku Klux Klan, alongside being very successful at the box office. You heard me right. This movie is one of the first ever box office success in today's history. And judged by inflation, this movie would have made over $100 million if it came out today. Alongside this movie, pretty much being the first movie ever to be shown in a White House screening. You heard me right. The first movie to be shown in the White House screening is Birth of a Nation. And when usually a movie get a White House screening, it usually means they honor them, and this is an iconic movie. So yeah, remember this. This is the first movie to ever get a White House screening. With the popularity of this movie, the second Klan has soon grown out in numbers, especially during the 1920s, as it's estimated around 3 million to 8 million people was at its peak in the mid-1920s. And the Ku Klux Klan would have committed many lynchings in the South, mainly against African Americans. Alongside doing the Prohibition, they were actually supported the Prohibition and will pretty much stop many bootleggers. Alongside even having many parades in Washington D.C., alongside even burning crosses. And the Ku Klux Klan were even pretty much operated in Canada as well, as in 1926-1928, where many Klansmen had denounced immigrants from Eastern Europe as a threat to Canada Anglo-Saxon heritage. With many internal divisions, criminal behaviors by leaders, especially Stevenson's conviction for the abduction and murder of Magic Oberholzer, many people had soon left by 1930, and it was soon faded away in the 1940s. But they will still exist in small pockets, and around there'll be another iteration of the Ku Klux Klan as the third Ku Klux Klan. As many, numerous independent local secret groups had pretty much used this name and even tried to make their own new version of the Ku Klux Klan, the opposing the civil rights movement and desegregation, especially in the 1950s and 1960s, as they formed informal alliances with southern police departments, as in Birmingham, Alabama, or Governor Ossis with George Wallace of Alabama, and several activists of the Third Klan were convicted on the murder and deaths of workers in Mississippi, alongside 1964 of children in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, 1963. As soon, the United States government even considered the Ku Klux Klan to be a terrorist organization. And even though the Ku Klux Klan is it's been in a state of decline, they still exist to this day, but it's actually a bit unknown of how many people are still part of them, as there are still many secret groups out there, alongside many groups out there that are still promoting hate, as estimated to be around 3,000 to 8,000 people in Ku Klux Klan to this day. Roblox spawn code. So this is weird. So Roblox is a game about, you play other random games, create your own character and stuff. So that's all I'm going to explain it. I don't really play Roblox that much, so so it comes from a game. This is a cult that comes from a game called Forsaken. And this cult name is Spawnism, as they believe if you die, you respawn like it's a game, which you don't do in real life. You don't spawn in real life, and they use the respawn logo, which is used in many Roblox games, for their symbol. As this had pretty much emerged around in the community of Roblox centered around a deity called the Spawn. And soon later, many online predators would even target vulnerable children to have them carve the cult symbols on their skin, and performing many horrible acts on camera, which is really, really scary. So if you have a kid or a younger sibling or someone in your family who's on Roblox and they're young, please monitor them and keep your kids safe, please. Teal Tribe. Now, Teal Tribe can be referred to as a group of followers of online wellness guru Teal Swan, who has been accused of promoting harmful practices, and can also refer to Teal organizations from the book of Reinventing Organizations. Many people say this here is an online cult. Now, is it? Now, Teal Swan is an American spiritual influencer and author, as Swan and her teachings are the subject of documentaries and podcast publications, including E! Online, The Guardian, and BBC. And they have noted that some of her teaching methods are on to manage mental health issues and have been found controversial by her critics, as claims deny Swan and some of her proponents. And from an early age, she had claimed to have extrasensory abilities, including telepathy, alongside even claimed to have the ability to communicate with the dead. As Swan was reported that these claims contributed to her socially being ostracized and bullied in her youth. And she soon released a book in 2011 called Sculpture in the Sky. That year, she held her first event at Salt Lake City Recital Hall, speaking to approximately 20 people. And her methods sometimes guide participants to envision their own deaths, occasionally by suicide, as she described it as a safety net or reset button, as she encouraged her followers to visualize their death. And even though she gives a lot of mental health advice stuff, she is not a licensed mental health professional, but uses these techniques adopted from traditional psychology in her completion progress, which many critics even argue which can be very dangerous. And many people even say that she has one of the cult, which is Teal Tribe, which is the millions of her followers that like her, as the Teal Tribe has been seen as many very dangerous and a cult-like organization. Buddhafield is a new American religious movement founded in the United States as it began in 1980s Hollywood and continues a bit today in Hawaii. Now, Buddhafield is in control by a man who used to go by Michael Andres, but the teacher, or Rejev, if I said it right, born Jaime Gomez. I hope I said it right. I apologize if I didn't. Now, he was once known to wear nothing but swim briefs and eyeliner. Buddhafield largely espouses New Age ideas, as Jaime Gomez think of himself as God, and encourages his followers to think of himself as God as well, as Buddhafield used the Sanskrit word Shakti, meaning power, for Gomez's alleged power transference to his followers using his finger. Yeah. And Gomez also cites the, if I said it right, Bhagavad Gita as a source, as Gomez demanded his followers to remain celibate despite himself having allegedly sexual intercourse with many followers, and drugs and alcohol were also banned from use while in the group. And it also will change a bit. After the Waco siege, Gomez had voiced his anxieties to his then followers, Will Allen, after the Waco siege. As Allen pinpointed, this was the moment when Gomez's paranoia began, as Gomez had left his followers for 6 months to find a new location for the group, and Gomez also began to undergo many plastic surgery around this time, as well as recommending his own female followers to go mini surgery as well. And Gomez also attempted to get followers to report on each other previous transitions, as he kept one follower from seeing their father before he died, and encouraged another one to get an abortion, clearing for religious reasons. And there were many allegations against Gomez, most notably sexual abuse of his male followers, as his victim had said that they had the confections and their Reiki hypnotherapy sessions used against them, as Gomez also used the AIDS crisis to instill fear in his gay male followers to find them into staying, as the group had been described as a cult by many members who had left. And there will also be a documentary film based around this cult called Holy Hails, which is pretty good. I saw it on Netflix, by the way. And Gomez had allegedly sent his followers to Sundance Film Festival to see screenings of this movie, and even physically threatened ex-followers who were featured in the film, as one of Gomez's bodyguards allegedly threatened a cast member after Sundance. And Gomez even had made a statement following after seeing Holy Hail. It is heartbreaking to see how history has been rewritten. Holy Hell is not a documentary, but rather a work of fiction, designed to create drama, fear, persecution. Is that what it sells? I am saddened by his attempt to obscure the message of universal love and spiritual awakening. It is devastating to see these friends who once filled with so love for the world become so angry. I wish them all the best and hold one close to my heart. If any of my actions were a catalyst for this disharmony, I am truly sorry. May all beings find peace. Michael. And still to this day, Buddha Field is still active to this day, mostly in Hawaii. It even had many festivals too. So yeah. The Unification Church. Now, this is a new religious movement those members are called either Unificationists or sometimes called Moonies. As it was founded in 1954 by Sung Main Moon in Seoul, South Korea, as the Holy Spirit Association for Unification of World Christianity. It approximately have main influence in 100 countries around the world and is leader with the title True Parents. In the book Divine Principles and Foreign Beliefs of the Unification Church, Moon considered himself. Now, before all of this, Moon had even used to support many communist groups in Korea during World War II alongside with the Korean War. But after the Korean War, he had soon became very anti-communist, as he had viewed the Cold War between the liberal democracy and communism as a final conflict between God and Satan, which divided the Korean as a front line. As he was soon founded the Holy Spirit Association for Unification Church of World Christianity in Seoul, 1954, and expanded rapidly in South Korea by the end of 1955. It had 30 centers nationwide and expanded throughout the world, with most members living in South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and other nations in East Asia. As they will soon have almost 5,000 members in Russia in the 1990s. But they will actually have, many criticisms of the Unification Church, such as many, people have spent the church fundings in casinos. As Moon and Han teachings, they had called Las Vegas the city of Satan, as they aimed at mass believers to transform that hell into heaven. And many people reported that many of transactions between 2008 and 2011 by MGM Resorts International, Hak John Han, and 11 church executives had lost approximately over $6 million in Las Vegas casinos. As Hak John Han's favorite casino game was a slot machine, which if you lost that money in a slot machine, that is sad. Also, Moon had donated 400 billion yen to Kim Il-sung during his stay in North Korea, which 400 billion yen is around $200 million in American money, as he pretty much gave it to them for reconstruction of North Korea economy was in place. And he even supported North Korea development for nuclear weapons. Yeah, he was pretty chill with North Korea just making nuclear weapons. But after his death in 2012, there have been many divisions within the church. As in 2015, Moon and Han's younger sons, Hyung Jin Moon and Kung Jit Moon, who I said it right, have founded the World of Ministries, also known as the World Peace and Unification Sanctuary Church, and has been very controversial for its advocacy for piracy, ownership of firearms, and for its support of the January 6th Capitol Hill riot. The Unification Church has been struggling with severe financial difficulties following the death of Sung Min Moon. And it's still ongoing to this day, the church and cult. And recently, church leader Han Hak-ja Moon's widow, she was arrested on charges of bribery charges, which involved payment of 2 channel bags and diamond necklace, together worth around 80 million won, which is over $50,000 in American money. Okay, now on to the World of Ministries. The World of Ministries, which is currently shown as the Sanctuary Church, originally known as the World Peace and Unification Sanctuary Church, is a schismatic offshoot of the Unification Church, established by Hyung Jin Sing Moon and Kook Jin Justin Moon. Both of them are sons of Sung Min Moon and Hak John Han. As the World of Iron Ministries was formed as a dispute between Sing Moon and his mother following the death of their father. As this had led Sing and his wife to separate from the Unification Church and establish an offshoot, the second name World Peace of Unification Sanctuary Church in 2013. In 2015, Sing had began renouncing his mother as the whore of Babylon, saying she is no longer a true mother, as he also began teaching that Hin Chil Kang, one of the first disciples, was now true mother instead, and his spirit had married her. as he and his wife had also began assuming titles second king and second queen respectively. As seen and supported both by, his older elder brother, who serves as assistant pastor of the church, as he also owns Car Arms, which is a small arms manufacturer. It was most of this cult is mostly known for is very having ceremonies mainly around the AR-15, and believing it represents the rod of iron mentioned in the Book of Revelations. As originating in Newfoundland Peninsula, it has attracted many attention from many right-wing anti-government groups, individuals who support the coming civil war, as this has drawn many, crazy people into this church. As even began wearing a cornet of bullets on his head, expressing more militant and pro-gun rights ideology, as they will even, literally bring their guns to churches and pretty much show their willingness to defend their families, communities, and nation. I will make their weapons be blessed. I'm just looking at the photos. This is something from Far Cry. Oh my god, this is literally something like Far Cry 5. And seeing Moon and other members had even participated in the January 6th Capitol Hill attack, as former Donald Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn addressed it on October 2024 Water Iron Festival, saying that if Donald Trump won the presidential election, Katie, the bar door, believe me, the gates of hell, my hell, will be unleashed. As Flynn close associated, Yvonne Wykin urged attendees to confront their state representatives with evidence of illegible steal should Donald Trump lose. And they are still active to this day, and they are very, very controversial and very, very, strange. Zen Master Rama. Frederick Philip Lenz III, also known as Rama or Zen Master Rama or Atamanda, I think I said it right, was an American spiritual leader, writer, software designer, record producer, and founded what he termed American Buddhism, which incorporated teachings of Tibetan Buddhism, Zen, Vedanta, mysticism, and New Age ideas. Lenz stated that he had his first experience of samadhi, a state of spiritual absorption, in his mother's garden when he was still a toddler, as Lenz's family had moved from Stamford, Connecticut when he was 3 years old. As Lenz grew up and attended school in Stamford, as his father served as town mayor from 1973 to 1975. While in high school, he practiced Korean martial arts, where he was introduced to meditation. After high school, Lenz was incarcerated in a maximum security camp near San Diego for possession of marijuana, a misdemeanor offense which is later removed from the court records, by the way. And according to his own accounts, he had traveled to Kathmandu and encountered a Tibetan Buddhist monk who informed him that in the future he would help millions of people and carry them on the teaching of a lineage that had almost disappeared. And he would even study yoga under Sri Chinmoy, as Chinmoy later gave him the name Atamanda, a name meaning bliss of the soul. And he would soon move back to San Diego, where he was born at, where he gave lectures and taught meditation. It became a very popular figure in Chinmoy organization, attracting thousands to auditoriums where he lectured and pretty much performed miracles. As Lenz ended his association with Chinmoy in 1981, after finding his own teaching center in Los Angeles. In the end of 1982, Lenz adopted the teaching's name of Rama, as he indicated that the name was not intended to affirm the identity of Rama of the Hindu epic, the Ramana, but rather of some qualities associated with them. As according to students' accounts, Lenz said that he was the incarnation of Vishnu, but also insisted that this did not mean, he was more important than anyone else. And even said that he remembered his previous incarnations of his past life, that he was a high priest in Atlantis, and he had 4 lives as a teacher in India, in Japan, and Tibet during the 16th to early 20th centuries, and even made a book in 1979 based off of his reincarnations. And by 1985, he had approximately 800 full-time disciples in 4 main locations in Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, and Boston, as he reincorporated his organization under the name of Rama Samaras, characterizing his spiritual teaching as a Tantric Zen, which incorporated aspects of Chan, Taoism, and Jnana Yoga. And students and even some non-students specifics both that Lenz demonstrated apparently supernatural powers, including levitation, teleportation, disappearing, emitting a golden light that filled the room, and even transforming into an old bearded Asian man before their eyes, which he definitely did. And he will also be a software designer, as he pretty much encourages his students to pursue computer science because of the mental challenge and diverse career opportunities and high rates of pay. And he even have his own website too, which is still up to this day. And he even made a music career, as Lenz was a producer for the rock band Zazen, which produced 31 albums in 13 years. The group also even released several music videos, as Lenz was the co-composer in an album called Ecology. And there are many controversies with him, as some former followers and parents of followers accused him of, psychological abuse, financial exploitation, and sexual exploitation of many female members of the group. Alongside even, accusations of, demands for large sums of money, as he pretty much lived in the mansion. And there many people criticized him, saying that he was running a cult, which he had denied many times. And there was no criminal investigations or proceedings ever brought against him. As in 1989, he was soon had drowned in Constance Bay near his home in Oldfield, New York, which was a victim of apparent suicide, as Lenz had taken 151 Valium tablets before drowning. As he stated in his death was a protest against how spiritual teachers were treated in America, as he had reported been very depressed following eye surgery, but it was thought that many times it was grief over his death of his dog. Twin Flame Universe. Twin Flame Universe is an American religious cult run by Jeff and Shala Divine, as the group practices based on elements of New Age spiritualism regarding soulmates popularized in the 2000s. As this has been criticized as a self-help and wellness cult by many experts. Alongside, Twin Flames have been accused of exploiting followers, including inducing them to take expensive courses and do unpaid labor for the organization, as well as allegedly coercing some members to change their gender. Now, the term Twin Flames was coined by English novelist Mary Corelli in her 1886 novel, A Romance of Two Worlds. Related terms such as twin rays also came in effect in the early 20th century through Guy and Edna Ballard, founders of I Am Activity. A follower of Ballard's American spiritualist Elizabeth Cary Prophet had first popularized the complementary concept of twin flames in a 1990 book titled Soulmates and Twin Flames, the spiritual dimensions of love and relationships. In it, Prophet mixes Hindu, Buddhist, and evangelical Christian beliefs to argue that twin flames are two people with a permanent divine connection required for both to reach enlightenment or salvation. Prophet's daughter, a professor of religion at the University of Florida, has argued that the earlier variations of the concept appear in the works of Charles Fourier and Emil Swedenborg, who I said it right. Since Prophet's popularization of the term, it has been used in some New Age spiritualism forums, where it was more esoteric versions of the concept has developed. And the term has been used to describe two people who are equals and whose purpose is to guide the other in their journey of self-discovery. Much of the idea of soulmates, but one has no control of who the twin flame is, and usually the twin flame reflects on someone's own personality. And the infatuation with twin flames has led to some unhealthy and problematic behaviors in relationships. Now, the leaders of this cult is Jeff Divine and Sheila Divine. Now, they both had met while living in Arizona, where Jeff had joined her, and the two then had soon moved to Hawaii and started a blog called Awaken Intimacy, and then began making YouTube videos in 2014. And with them though being well known, they even founded Twin Flame Universe in 2017 and began offering the Twin Flame Ascension course, which is a paid online class. And these classes are just big scams, because it costs almost around $5,000 to view and purchase. In 2019, the couple had founded the Church of Union to unify all religions under one spiritual umbrella. And followers have soon allegedly put under strong pressure to pay for many of these expensive courses and to engage in extensive unpaid labor for the organization within the church. And Jeff is the father Christ, and Shayla is the mother Christ, and the daughter is the princess of all creation. And together they are the master Christ, eternal ruler of creation by God's living hand. And they also run the mind alignment process, which is an online service that claims to treat PTSD. The couple also had claimed the ability to cure cancer and other medical conditions with the form of spiritual therapy. And since 2020, the organization has been headquartered by the south of Suttons Bay in Michigan. And they mainly promote, well, what I discussed earlier, Twin Flame, which is the 10th variation of a soulmate, with Jeff and Sheila were assigned and a member to encourage and pursue the Twin Flame romantically. Pretty much just randomly hooking up with a random people. The group initially allowed outsiders to be assigned as Twin Flames, leading to instances of many members facing restraining orders, criminal charges for stalking, and members of the group are even encouraged to engage with the mirror exercise, which requires one to think of what is bothering them and then blame themselves for it, which can actually, well, cause, well, many mental problems. Alongside with the group, even, well, teaching concepts of divine masculine and divine feminine, and that every partnership has one masculine and one feminine partner. And foreign members have even criticized the group for doing a form of conversion therapy to pretty much exit social pressure on new members to conform to a new divine assigned gender identity. In 2025, in July, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel had announced open criminal investigation on the Twin Flame universe and its leaders. So yeah. Nation of Islam. This is a religious organization that was founded in the United States by Wallace Fard Muhammad in the 1930s, which is a centralized hierarchical organization. Nation of Islam is committed to black nationalism and focused on the attention on black African diaspora, especially African Americans. While describing itself as Islamic and using Islamic terminology and religious tenets, it often differs from the orthodox Islamic traditions, scholars of religion, and is categorized as a new religious movement. And the nation had teaches that there are, well, has been a succession of mortal gods, each a black man named Allah, and whom Fard Muhammad is the latest. As it claims that the first Allah created the earliest humans, dark-skinned original Asiatic race whose members possess inner divinity in whom all people of color descend. And it maintains that a scientist named Yaqub then created a white race that lacked inner divinity and whose intrinsic violence led them to overthrow the original Asiatic race and achieve global dominance, setting itself against the white dominant society of the United States. Yeah, y'all know this meme of Yaqub, that big-headed black dude? This came from the Nation of Islam. Yeah, all those memes with Yaqub and those white people, that's where it originated from. So, I'm trying to be very 100% serious, but yeah, this is where it came from. And many other campaigns for the creation of an independent African American nation state and calls for African Americans to be economically self-sufficient and separatists. In a millennium tradition, it maintains that Fard Muhammad will soon return aboard a spaceship called the Mother Plane or the Mothership to wipe out all white dominant order and establish a utopia. Members worship in buildings widely called temples or mosques, and practitioners are expected to live disciplined lives, adhering to strict dress codes and specific dietary requirements, and particularly many gender roles. And Wallace Fard Muhammad established the Nation of Islam in Detroit as he drew on various sources, especially Noble Jew Ali Moore's Science, Temple of American and Black nationalist trends like Gravyism. And after Fard Muhammad disappeared in 1934, the leadership of the Nation of Islam was soon assumed by Elijah Muhammad, who has soon, well, expanded the Nation of Islam teachings and declared Fard Muhammad to be the latest Allah, and had built the group business empire, attracting a growing attention in late 1950s and 1960s during the civil rights movement. And Nation of Islam influence had expanded to high-profile members such as black nationalists, such as Malcolm X and boxer Muhammad Ali. And deeming it a threat to domestic security, the FBI had worked to undermine the group following Elijah Muhammad's death, and his son Wallace D. Muhammad had soon took over the organization. And moving towards a Sunni Islam and renaming the word of community Islam in the West, members began seeking to retain Elijah Muhammad teachings and reestablish Nation of Islam under Louis, hope I said it right, Farrakhan leadership in 1979. And Farrakhan has soon continued to develop the Nation of Islam beliefs, for instance, drawing connections with Dianetics and expanding its economic and agricultural operations. And both black people and non-black people have even criticized the nation, as these critics have believed that its founder, Fard Muhammad, was a petty criminal out to swindle his followers, and outsiders to the nation often seen his teachings as illogical and irrational, where scientists even labeled the mythology accounts as pseudoscience, and historical and scientific errors have been highlighted in the leader's claim. Alongside, the group have been pretty much accused of stirring up anti-white hatred. For instance, Khalid Abdul Muhammad King college speech, where he stated that white South Africans should be given 24 hours to leave their country, with any remaining after that point will be killed. Alongside with them, pretty much spreading hatred to many white people, many Jewish people, and even many people of the LGBTQ. So yeah. And they still exist to this day, but it's estimated they have around either below 50,000 members. The United Nations of Islam. Now, United Nations of Islam is a Black American new religious group based in Kansas City, Kansas, as it was founded as an offshoot of the Nation of Islam in 1978 by Royal Jenkins, who contributed by the group leader until he had died in 2021. Now, founded by Royal Jenkins, who was born in South Carolina in 1942 and grew up in Eastern Maryland, they moved to New York and then Chicago. While working as a long-distance truck delivery driver, doing publications of Nation of Islam, he remained a member until the death of Elijah Muhammad, but had split from the organization in 1978. And according to Jenkins, he had spent time on a spaceship with angels, where he had learned that he was a supreme being on how to govern the world. And soon it grew in the 1980s and 1990s, as they would pretty much be, very more controversial than the Nation of Islam. And the beliefs is pretty much based similarly on the Nation of Islam, but a bit different. And there will even be a human trafficking case, as in 2017, Kendra Ross filed a lawsuit with the District Court of Kansas, which allegedly she had been forced to work without pay in a business run by Non-Nations of Islam and lived in her home for 10 years and was forced to be separated from her mother at the age of 12 or to marry another group of member at age 20, then shipped against her will to various cities and different states before she escaped the group at age 21. In May 2018, the group and its founder, Royal Jenkins, have failed to respond to Ross' lawsuit, and Kansas District Court entered a default judgment awarding Ross nearly $8 million in damages. The Westboro Baptist Church. Now, the Westboro Baptist Church is an American unaffiliated primitive Baptist church in Topeka, Kansas, that was founded by Pastor Fred Phelps. It is widely considered to be a hate group in its cult, and is very known for its very public protests against gay people, and its uses for the phrase "God hate Fs" and "Thank God for dead soldiers," as it also engages in hate speech against atheists, Jews, Muslims, transgender people, and other Christian denominations. And the Westboro Baptist Church theology practices is widely condemned by other Christian churches, including the Baptist World Alliance. The Westboro Baptist Church originated as a branch of the East Side Baptist Church, which was established in 1931 by the East Side of Topeka, and the East Side was hired Fred Phillips as associate pastor. And by 1955, Phillips helped promote the pastor of the East Side of the church plant, Westboro Baptist, on the West Side of Topeka. But soon he will go independent after this. And Phelps was even a veteran of the civil rights movement in the 1960s, as he founded the Phelps Charter Law, which has been used to sue communities or targets of Westboro protest. So you join the civil rights movement, but you're very hateful, okay? And Westboro Baptist Church is mostly known for one thing: protesting against homosexuality, as they are extremely homophobic, alongside being very anti-Semitic as well, as Phelps had begun a campaign called Topeka Baptist Holocaust, whereby he attempted to draw attention to attacks perpetrated against many Westboro Baptist Church members, saying they're not random but organized attacks orchestrated by Jews and homosexuals. As Phelps announced that Jews had killed Christ and many slurs to Jews, alongside Westboro Baptist Church being extremely Islamophobic, as they pretty much had burnt many copies of the Quran, and even saying that they were giving it a proper respect that it deserves. And they even protested at a funeral of a Muslim man, wife, the following week. And Joel Phelps said the wife's death was partly due to her Muslim husband had spoken out against the Westboro Baptist Church, and therefore rejecting God and bringing his righteous judgment down upon them, which is just very hateful as hell. And they even made me conspiracy theories with President Obama. And they even had an interview with Fox News saying that Obama would absolutely be going to hell and that he will be the beast spoken in the book of Revelation. And the Westboro Baptist Church still exists to this day, but I haven't been really seeing much news about them like that I used to in 2012. As estimated around, they have around 70 members, especially after, Fred Phillips had passed away. And most of the members are considered as family or even family friends. And they even have an official website, which is literally called God Hate F, which if you go to a church and you are a Christian and you spread all this hateful rhetoric, you're not a Christian. You're just a very bad person. Children of the Reigning Star. So this here was a TikTok quote that was began in July 2025 by Gigi Jarvis, which started as a joke about her starting a cult, has soon gained a large following, and people didn't know was it either a social experiment, satire, or was it actually a real cult. Now she started by announcement that she was gonna start a cult in a TikTok video, inviting followers to join the community, which has soon went over to over 100,000 members, who began adopting symbols as a star emoji and a purple fingerprint, and participating in rituals and adding the group's name to the usernames. And Jarvis had even created lore for the group, including a weekly victim of the week and ritual stories about members seeing an entity. And it even got a bit in trouble because some reports even stated that many members of this cult had began doing stuff to themselves, and majority of the members were like teenagers. So this cult only lasted for 5 days, and yeah, it's just a very crazy TikTok thing. So Eleusinian Mysteries. The Eleusinian Mysteries were initiations held every year for the cult of Demeter in Persephone at the phallic sanctuary of Eleusis in ancient Greece. Hope I said it right. And they are considered to be one of the most famous and secret religious rites of ancient Greece. And their bias was in bronze Argan cult, and there is some evidence that they were derived from the religious practices of the Magian period. And the mysteries represent the myth of the adoption of Persephone from her mother Demeter by the king of the underworld Hades, in a cycle with 3 phases: descent, loss, the search, and ascent. With the main theme being the ascent of Persephone and her reunion with her mother, as it was a major festival during the Hellenic era and later spread to many places of Rome. Hope I said it right again. I suck at saying names. The rites, ceremonies, and beliefs were kept secret and consistently preserved from incredulity for the initiated, and the rebirth of Persephone symbolized the eternity of life, which flows from generation to generation, and they believed that they will be rewarded in the afterlife. And there are many paintings and pieces of pottery that depict the various aspects of the mysteries. Since the mysteries had involved visions of conscious and afterlife, some scholars believe that the power of longevity of the Eleusinian Mysteries had a constant set of rites, ceremonies, and experiences that spanned 2 millennia. And soon, the rituals would have soon stopped after the temple of Demeter would be sacked by the Samaritans and was rebuilt by Marcus Aurelius. And soon, Christianity has soon gained popularity in the 4th and 5th centuries, as many people have soon switched to being a Christian. And the last pagan emperor of Rome, Julian, had reigned from 361 to 363 after 50 years of Christian rule, as he tried to restore the Eleusinian Mysteries and was the last emperor to be initiated with them. But soon it had been closed by Emperor Thaddeus I in 392. Shirikyo. Now, Shirikyo is a Japanese new religious movement in a doomsday cult, founded by Shoko Asahara in 1987, and it was responsible for the deadly Tokyo subway sarin attack in 1995. And the movement had evolved out of a yoga school founded by Asura Shoko in the Shibuya district of Tokyo in February 1984. And the movement was known as Omo Shinjun no Kai, which means Heavenly Sage Association, and it steadily grew in the following years as it gained official status as a religious organization in 1989, and it attracted a considerable number of graduates from Japan elite universities, thus being dubbed a religion for the elite. And although from the beginning was considered very controversial in Japan, it was not very associated with serious crimes during this period, but it came so obsessed with biblical prophecies as public relations activities, including publishing comics and animated cartoons. Yeah, they actually have made many animes themed around the cult. It's very strange. And there are many advertisement and recruitment activities dubbed the Salvation Plan, as these include curing of physical illness within the health improvement techniques, realizing life goals by improving intelligent and positive thinking, and concentrating on what's important at the exposure of leisure. And this was to be accomplished by practicing ancient teachings, aptly translated from the original Pali Suttas. And these efforts resulted in becoming one of the fastest growing religious groups in Japan history. And the cult was soon gained many controversy, as started in late 1980s with accusation of depictions of recruits holding cult members hostage against their will, forced members to even donate money, and even murder a cult member who tried to leave. In October 1989, group negotiations with Tsuki Sakamoto, anti-cult lawyer, threatened a lawsuit against them, which could make them go bankrupt, had failed in the same month. As Sakamoto had recorded an interview for a talk show on a Japanese TV station TBS, and the network had the interview secretly shown to the group without notifying Sakamoto. Initially breaking protection of sources, the group then pressured TBS to cancel the broadcast, and following a month, Sakamoto, his wife, and his child had went missing from their home, and police were unable to solve the case at the time. Although some of the colleges quickly voiced their suspicions of the group, and it was not until the 1995 Tokyo attack that they were found to be murdered, and their bodies were dumped in separate locations by cult members, which is just really effed up. And the cult had also made many assassinations of other members of the cult, even tried to kill many other members of other cults. And alongside, even had made assassination lists too. And one of those people who was on this was Yoshinari Kabayoshi, who had been making satire cartoons of the cult, and he was included on the list. And there was even an assassination attempt on his life in 1993. And they even had tried to make an anti-epidemic in Japan as soon as they started pretty much secretly manufacturing sarin and later VX, as had tested a sarin on sheep at Benjawan Station, a remote area in Western Australia, which had killed 29 sheep. As on the night of June 27, 1994, the cult had carried out a chemical weapon attack against civilians and had released sarin in the central Japanese center of Matsuno with the help of a converted refrigerator truck. Members of the cult released clouds of sarin which floated near homes of judges who were overseeing a lawsuit concerning a real estate dispute, which was predicted as to go against the code. As this had killed 8 people and had harmed 500 other people. And they also tried to manufacture over 1,000 assault rifles, but they only had made one, so they can pretty much cause more terrorist attacks. As on March 20th, 1995, the Tokyo subway sarin attack happened when members had released sarin gas in a Tokyo subway station, killing 14 people and injuring over 1,000 people. But after this, they would actually be labeled as a terrorist organization by many people around the world, and there would be many attempts to pretty much crack down and end this cult. As the group had went under with many transformations in the aftermath of Ashura arrest and trial, and for a brief time, Ashura's 2 preteen sons officially replaced him as guru, as they would group under a new name as Aleph in February 2000, and announced a change in his doctrine. Religious texts related to controversial many doctrines have been removed. And the group had apologized to the victims of sarin gas attacks and tried to establish a compensation fund, which, seriously. As for many years, many fugitives of the cult have been, pretty much been caught. And many members, including Shoko Asura, leader of Shiringo, would have been executed on the 6th of July 2018. Jared Leto Code. So, Jared Leto, everybody know about him. He was a Joker that one time. He was in Marvel that one time, he was in the best Marvel movie of all time, actually. He was in that mid-Trons movie. I literally forgot that existed. And apparently, it's rumors and allegations that he had made a cult. Not surprised because of him. Not surprised. So does he actually have a cult? Well, Jared Leto and his band 30 Seconds to Mars pretty much have his band self-friendly and jokingly use the term cult to describe their devoted fan base known as the Echelon. And many people even say that this is either him being worshipped by his fans, alongside having the band people go to Mars Island retreats, where he had pretty much hosted many fan exclusive retreats called Camp Mars, and even had like a little private island in Croatia. While like people are paid over like $6,000 and wear white clothing and participate in activities with the band, including concerts, yoga, and meditation, which sort of look cult-ish, alongside even many fans even accused Jared Leto to pretty much assaulting them. As well, allegations from 9 women have pretty much claimed that Jared Leto had engaged with inappropriate behavior with many younger female fans. And even people even had said that he even contacted many fans online and had made many, very nasty comments to them. So we don't really know if it was either a cult or was it fake, but it do feel very, very weirdly cult-like that Jared Leto is doing this. And not surprised if he is running a cult, because Jared Leto is weird. He once sent used condoms and dead pigs to many cast members before to get an actor of playing the Joker. The Church of Satan. The Church of Satan is a religious organization dedicated to the religion of Satanism, as it is founded in San Francisco in 1966 by LaVey, as it is considered to be one of the oldest satanic religions in continuing existence, and is mostly known to be really influential and inspiring many other Satanist groups. Now, this was founded in an era when public interest was in the occult and witchcraft and Satanism, and the church had enjoyed the heyday for several years for its founding, and celebrities attended many of these satanic parties. He was even invited on many talk shows. And the satanic Bible he had made has sold nearly 1 million copies, too. Okay, now, this is getting a little confusing. Many people believe Satanists always worship the devil, but sometimes it's yes, and sometimes it's also no. So when I talk about other groups like this, it's going to be kind of little wishy-washy, little confusing-ish. As this religion has been described as just Ayn Rand's philosophy with ceremony and rituals added. As similar socialist of religion, James R. Lewis described it as a blend of Epicureanism and Ayn Rand's philosophy, flavored with a pinch of ritual magnets. Now, there is no belief or worship in the devil or the Christian notion of Satan. As High Priest Peter Gilmore describes its members as skeptical atheists, indicting the Hebrew root of the word Satan as adversary or opposer. And Gilmore rejects the legitimacy of theistic Satanists who believe Satan to be a supernatural being or force that they may be contacted or subordinated to, dubbing them the devil worshippers. As in an interview with him, he pretty much stated that my real feeling that anybody who believes in supernatural entities or some level is insane. As the church has stated its contention that they are the first formally organized religion to adopt the term Satanism and describe the term theistic Satanism as oxymoronic. Now, it started out in the early 1960s as Anton Sador LaVey had formed a group called the Order of the Trapezoid, which soon became the governing body of the Church of Satan. And this group included Barnes, Caroline D. Pleasant, Dr. C.L. Nixon, Kenneth Anger, San Francisco City Sire Russell Wilden, and Donald Werby. Hope I said all your names right. In accordance to the Church of Satan historiography, other LaVey associates from this time included noted science fiction and horror writers Anthony Butcher, August Derleth, Robert Barber Johnson, Winajal Britter, and Fritz Liberer Jr. The Church of Satan was established at the Black House in San Francisco, California on April 30th, 1966 by LaVey, who was the church high priest until his death in 1997. The first year of the founding, LaVey and the Church of Satan publicly performed satanic marriage on the Jewish case and journalist John Wayman. As the ceremony was attended by Joe Rosenroth, as LaVey had performed the first publicly recorded Satanist baptism in human history, well, that we know of, for his younger daughter, Zena, which garnered worldwide publicity and was originally recorded on a Satanist mass. And will also perform funerals, which in satanic way, and there'll be a satanic funeral for a Navy mechanist repairman, 3rd class Edward Olson, as well as perform at the request of his wife, complete with the honor guard as well. The Church of Satan was the subject of a number of books, magazines, and many articles during the 60s and 70s. And there were many schisms as well, as in the early 1970s, the church had faced an internal distance from a series of schisms, as the first breakaway was by Babylonian Grotto and his leader, Wayne West, as who LaVey excommunicated. A bigger schism has soon happened with the excommunication of Stenya Grotto, whose leadership to the Church of the Satanic Brotherhood in 1973, with the units in Dayton, Indianapolis, Louisville, New York City, and St. Petersburg. from the church Belgrade Grotto, other splinter groups called the Order of the Black Goat, which was allegedly a neo-Nazi orientation led by Michael Gombrowski. And things would only get more kind of bad for the church as the Satanic Panic would go around. Now, if you don't know, the Satanic Panic was a mass hysteria that was going around of during the 1980s of people pretty much participating in many satanic ritual abuses. Sometimes even like killing people, and just have put the blame on many things such as video games, Dungeons and Dragons, movie, music, and it was just all over during the 1980s. And the media have reported concerns of criminal conspiracies by Church of Satan, and many FBI agents had even interviewed him. And because of all this stuff going on, LaVey was no longer interested in making media appearances and began a long period of silence, pretty much becoming very to himself. And after his death in 1997, the role of the high priest was empty for some time, but Carlo LaVey had made a press release continuing the church with the fellow high priest, Blanche Barton. Barton eventually received ownership of the organization, which she held for 4 years. And the Church of Satan still exists to this day, and it's really unknown of how many members they even have, and it's kind of a bit confusing because there are different types of Satanist groups out there to this day. So yeah. Falun Gong. Now Falun Gong, also called Falun Dafa, is a new religious movement founded by its leader, who I said it right, Li Hongzhi, in China in the early 1990s. As Falun Gong has a global headquarters in Dragon Springs, which is compound in Deer Park, New York, which is near the residence of Lai. Now, this here is a very controversial and very crazy cult. Now, Falun Gong emerged from the Qigong movement in China in 1992, combining meditation, Qigong exercises, and moral teachings rooted in Buddhist and Taoist traditions, while being supported by many government agencies. As Falun Gong had a rapid growth of independence from state control led from several top officials to perceive it as a threat, resulting in many, harassments in late 1990s. As Falun Gong is based around the teachings of its founder, Li Hongzhi, and according to NBC News, his followers treat him like a god-like figure who can levitate, walk through walls, and see into the future. For he is ultra-conservative and had many controversial teachings, which include rejection of modern science, art and medicine, denunciation of homosexuality, feminism, and general wordless. And according to many people, they also are very interracial. So yeah, they are very controversial. Alongside pretty much being very anti-communist too, which kind of had made them to be very controversial in China. And they also believe in aliens, because Lai had pretty much said in the 1990s, he had said that aliens were responsible for scientific inventions through the administration of scientists. For example, he had said that computers and airplanes came from aliens, as well as war and violence. Even believed that aliens were trying to, replace humans with clones, in which human bodies would be cloned with no souls, so the aliens can replace the soul and have it in human bodies. So, yeah. In 1999, the government of China had pretty much even made a ban on Falun Gong, categorizing them as an illegal organization, as mass arrests and widespread torture and abuses have followed. In 2008, U.S. government reports cited estimated that half of China labor camps' population was made up of Falun Gong practitioners. And in 2009, human rights estimated that at least 2,000 of these members had died. Now, it's estimated of how many members there are, but many people pretty much believe there's up to either 7 to 20 million members or followers of Falun Gong. And they're still after this day, and they're also in charge of a play you may have heard about called Xin Yun, which is a classical Chinese dance production, as its pretty much main mission is to revive traditional Chinese culture, where practitioners believe that it was suppressed by the Chinese Communist Party. And I actually remember seeing this when I was in middle school. I'm not joking. They literally just took us to see this as a field trip, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I realized it was actually made by a cult. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice looking. It's really pretty looking, but still crazy. Order of the Solar Temple. Now, this is described either as both a cult and a secret society, and it is notorious for its mass deaths of many members and several mass murders and many throughout the 90s. as the Order of the Solar Temple was a Neo-Templar order claiming to be the continuation of the Knights Templars and was incorporated in an eclectic range of many aspects of Rosicrucianism, Theosophy, and New Age ideas, led by Joseph D. Marlborough and Luc Jouret as a spokesman and second command. It was founded in Geneva, Switzerland. Now, de Marlborough was a French jeweler and esotericist with a history of fraud, and had co-led the group with Jouret, who was a Belgian homeopath known for lecturing on alternative medicine. And spiritually, de Marlborough had founded several past many esoteric groups and had previous affiliation with a number of organizations. This include the Pyramid and the Golden Way Foundation. As soon, the Order of the Solar Temple would be soon founded by Jouret and de Marlborough out of a schism from the separate Neo-Templar group, the renewed Order of the Temple, which Jouret had taken over and had been kicked out of. The group had been active throughout several French-speaking countries as it practices focus on ritualistic elements with beliefs ascended master figures of theosophy, who they believe resided on the star Sirius. As members were largely affluent former Catholics. And they were very extremely eclectic, with many members mixing elements from different traditions among Egyptian mythology, East Asian folk medicine, Rosicrucianism, and other Gnostic ideas. As ecological apocalypticism, and many members explored a very occult subjects, with many occultists varying systems beliefs being invited to do workshops for the OTS, in the order to not have many coherent methods of synthesizing the methods of eclectic beliefs, as they did not have normative theology, instead utilizing allegory and symbolism to clarify their own beliefs in this context. And following many increasing in legal media scandal, including investigations over arms trafficking and pressure from many ex-members, as well as conflicts within the group, the founders had began to prepare what they had called Transit to Cyrus, as in 1994, de Marlborough had ordered the first murder of a family of ex-members in Quebec, and before orchestrating a mass suicide. Not only that, but also a mass murder, as up to 74 people had died in total of these events. It is not many known of how many members, even specific deaths, were murdered, and how many were even suicide. As the OTS was a major factor that had led to the strengthening of many anti-cult movements in Europe, particularly in the Franco-Europe, to the death of all high-ranking members of the organization. QAnon. Now, QAnon is a far-right American political conspiracy theory and political movement that has also been called an online cult, and even an actual cult, as QAnon centers fabricated claims made by an anonymous individual known as Q, as these claims cannot pretty much say this. Their main belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child molesters in a league with the deep state is operating a global child sex trafficking ring, and Donald Trump is secretly leading the fight against them. Yeah. Donald Trump is leading the fight against predators. Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. During the first presidency of Donald Trump, QAnon followers have believed that the administration will conduct many arrests and executions of thousands of members of the cabal, and as a day known as the storm of the event, as the QAnon conspiracy theorists and many believers had pretty much named Democratic politicians, Hollywood actors, and high-ranking government officials, businesses like tycoons, and many other high-ranking people, and had called them the cabal of pedophiles. And QAnon is described to even be anti-Semitic as well, as they pretty much have many anti-Semitic theories, alongside even have many influence from 4chan, which not surprise. And QAnon will soon spread right during Trump's first administration in 2017, when a 4chan user named the Q Clearance Patriot had first appeared on the site on the poll board on October 28, 2017, posting a title thread called "Calm Before a Storm," a phrase which Donald Trump had previously used to describe a gathering of military American leaders that he had attended. As Q first post said that Hillary Clinton was about to be arrested, which would cause massive unrest and many other arrests on people. And the second message was posted by a few hours later saying Clinton was going to be detained, though not arrested yet, that Trump was planning to remove criminal role elements, which didn't really happen. And soon, activity has soon surged in November, with many posts pretty much making theories about Hillary Clinton and other conspiracy theories around Barack Obama, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. And this had even kind of combined with Trump supporters as well, QAnon as well, especially with the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January 6, 2021. Many QAnon followers were actually there, including the QAnon shaman, real name Jacob Chansley, who was a member of QAnon, and he was pretty much one of the main faces of the Capitol Hill attack. Cause just look at him, he look very crazy. And QAnon has spawned many other movements all around the world, and it's still going on to this day-ish. But there have been many crackdowns on social media against QAnon members, and there's even been a coup attempt to pretty much overthrow the German government in 2022, as several QAnon adherents were even charged with participating in the 2022 coup d'etat plot in Germany, which involved many groups of other far-right activists and conspiracy theorists, such as the iceberg movement. The cult of Sobek, hope I said it right, is an ancient Egyptian religion which is centered on the crocodile god of Sobek. Now, this ancient cult was one of the earliest in Egypt, as its main center at Shadet and Famet Oasis has worshipped Sobek for protection, fertility, and prosperity, alongside even being protection from the animals in the Nile River, such as hippos and crocodiles. And many rituals have included many priests in the main temple at Shadat serve Sobek specialized practices including raising and mummifying crocodiles, some of which we treated as cult animals and was even given to jewelry to them. Synanon. Now originally this was called Tender Loving Care, okay, which was a new religious movement founded in 1958 by Charles E. Chuck Detrick Sr. in Santa Monica, California. Now, originally it was established to be as a drug program, but Synanon soon developed into an alternative community, which soon went into truth-telling sessions that soon became Synanon game as a form of attack therapy. That is one described as to be one of the most dangerous cults America ever seen. As Synanon was founded by Charles Dedrick Sr., a member of the Alcoholics Anonymous from Santa Monica, at the time, Synanon founding those suffering from drug addiction were not always welcome into Alcohol Anonymous because their issues were considered to be severely different from those from alcoholics. So Dedrick, after taking LSD, decided to create his own program to respond to their needs. As he was said to pretty much coin the phrase, "Today is the first day of the first of your life." After a small group, Tender Loving Care, had gained many following, Dedrick has soon incorporated the organization into Synanon Foundation, 1958. As Synanon had began as a 2-year residential program, but Dedrick has soon concluded that his members could never graduate because full recovery was never impossible, which is definitely a lie because recovering from drugs is actually possible, okay? Just don't give up, okay? As the program will soon, pretty much be longer, as the Synanon organization has soon developed into a business that sold promotional items, and this became a successful enterprise for the time that generated around $10 million per year. In 1959, Synanon had moved their small storefront to an abandoned armory on the beach. In 1967, Synanon had purchased the Club Casa del Mar, which is a large beachside hotel in Santa Monica, as its headquarters. As Synanon will pretty much control many of its members, occurred through the game, as the game was presented as a therapeutic tool and likely from a form of group therapy, as it had been criticized as a form of social control, which members had humiliated one another and encouraged the other exposure of one weakness. Even in the 1970s, women in Synanon were required to shave their heads, and many couples were made to break up and find new partners, as men were given forced vasectomies, and a few pregnant women were forced to have abortions. And something kind of messed up, George Lucas, the creator of Star Wars, he needed a large group of people with shaved heads for one of his movies, THX, that's really long, and he hired some extras from Synanon. So yeah, that's really kind of dark. And Synanon didn't really like violence, but Dedrick had came to a lack of violence as he sought for greater control over people. As much of the violence by Synanon was carried out by alternative groups called the Imperial Marines. As over 80 violent acts were committed, including mass beatings that hospitalized teenagers and ranchers who were beating in front of their families. People who had left Synanon had risked physical violence for being a splittee. One ex-member was beaten severely that his skull was fractured, and he fell into a coma with a near-fatal case of bacterial meningitis. Alongside, in 1978, NBC 90 News had provided a segment on controversies surrounding them. Following the broadcast, several executives had allegedly received hundreds of threats from many supporters. On October 10th, two Synanon members placed a de-rattled rattlesnake in the mailbox of Paul Mortent, an attorney who had successfully brought a suit against the group. And the snake had bit him, as he was hospitalized for 6 days. But this incident, alongside the press coverage, had prompted law enforcement to investigate them. And after the snake attack, the LA Police Department had performed a search of the ranch in Badger that had found a recorded speech by Dedrick, which he said, "We are not going to mess with the old time. Turn the other cheek religious postures, draining life blood from us, and expecting us to pay by their silly rules. We will make the rules. I see nothing frightening about it, and quite willing to break some lawyer legs." And then they went on to even threaten the lawyer family as well. With many lawsuits and at the snake bite too, Synanon was soon had collapsed, and Dedrick and two Synanon residents were arrested and pleaded to no contest, and the charges of assault and conspiracy to commit murder. Lance Clinton, who was one of the members, was sentenced a year in prison, and associates had went to jail. And Dedrick had received probation because the doctors claimed that it would due to his health, and he would most likely die in prison. And as a condition of probation, he was disallowed from taking part in managing Synanon, and Dedrick had soon died at the age of 83 after a series of strokes. Synanon has continued to survive a bit without his leader, but the IRS have revoked the organization tax exempts, and had pretty much forced them to pay $17 million back in taxes. And this had bankrupt them, and they will soon be dissolved in 1991. The Final Fantasy House. Now, this is one of the wildest cults I have heard about in a long time, because I remember even hearing about this cult a long time ago. So yeah. So Final Fantasy House was a micro cult that had gained notoriety in the early 2000s after an account by a former victim was shared online. As this was an abusive and military group that had used extreme fandom of the video game Final Fantasy VII to control its members. As the cult was founded by a woman named Jennifer Cornett, or Jen, who had started a soul bonding concept based on Final Fantasy VII antagonist Genova. And Jen had claimed that she and her followers were reincarnations of the characters from the game, as she had used her beliefs to exert control of other members. And many cult members who did not accept their assigned roles had even faced abuse and punishments, as the reported incidents had pretty much included sensory deprivation experiments and ice baths. And the situation had become a very cautionary tale about how online fandoms can be very twisted for manipulation and exploitation. Which is one of the craziest, internet stories, and pretty much one of the earliest known varieties of internet cults. As there's really many other internet cults that we're going to explain to this day, but this is one of the wildest ones. Well, not the most wildest ones, but you get what I'm saying. The Sullivans. Now, the Sullivans was a cult founded by Saul B. Newton, who had led, a very cult in New York City. And it had no formal name, but many people just called it the Sullivans, or the Fourth Wall. Now, Newton's original name was Conan, as he was born in St. John and attended the University of Wisconsin. As he soon went on to Chicago, he associated with radical circles of the University of Chicago, becoming a communist and anti-fascist, as he had served in, the Spanish Civil War, which he just, which is wild. He's moved all the way to Spain, went over there. And then he even, went into World War II as he fought for the American Army. As he soon went on to study psychotherapy after the war, and Newton had retained a dual focus on politics and psychology throughout his life. In 1957, Newton and his wife, Jane Pierce, founded the Southern Institute for Research in Psychoanalysis in New York. As they had previously worked with William Allison White Institute, but had left several years later after the death of Harry Stack Sullivan. The Institute teachings that held that traditionally family ties were the root causes of mental illness, and espoused a non-monogamous lifestyle. As during the 1960s, an informal community centered on therapeutic practices of the Institute began to form. As well, during the 1970s, this community had, several hundred of members, patients and therapists living on the Upper West Side, and a group had gained some notoriety, not for its non-legitimate lifestyle, but because patients were often encouraged to sever ties with their families. As Newton was married 6 times and had a whole lot of kids which he had neglected. Especially he had pretty much, abused and sexually assaulted many, of his patients, especially many female patients, as he demanded many favors for them. And Newton would have soon died in 1991, as the cult would have pretty much, collapsed in 1980s. The True Russian Orthodox Church, the Penza Recluses, or the True Russian Orthodox Curse, was an independent Russian doomsday cult founded by Pyotr Kudryavtsov, if I said it right, which had bossed as in 2007, between 29 and 35 members of the group had held themselves in a cave in Russia Penza region near the village of Nikolokisty, threatening mass explosions if authorities or community members had tried to intervene. And Kustav had told them to hide themselves away and pray in a way the end of the world, which he predicted would take place in May 2008. And Kustav himself was not with the group, as he was placed under police arrest. Nonetheless, policemen, religious leaders, and various other media outlets camped outside the cave for nearly 6 months in the depths of winter, waiting to see if any of the groups would just give up and leave. As on March 28, 2008, 7 women who had been in the cave were treated by media workers. Regional officials said that 3 days later, other 14 members had soon left the cave after much of snow had caused some of the cave to preach collapse. And on April 3, 2008, Kustev was taken to the hospital. Officials said that he had made attempted suicide after realizing his prediction had been wrong. As he was soon in a psychiatric ward with a diagnosis of paranoia. And in 2016, the court again extended the duration of his treatment per the request of the chief of the regional psychiatric clinic. And the last members had pretty much left the cave in May 16, 2008 due to many fumes of in the cave, because there were 2 corpses, as two cult members had died during their stay in the cave. And on May 21st, when the bodies of the deceased, the cave was soon blown up. Officially, this was done out of safety concerns, but in many hazards with the local population and many visitors, as several cult members would relocate to a death village in Belarus. After their cage, most of the sect members had left, except for the family of Vitaly Nigdon, with his wife and 3 children. As of 2012, they still live without, electricity, passports, and nothing, and they still, wait and pray to God that the world will soon end. The Nubian Nation is an American religious organization founded by Dwight York in the 1960s, as this is, a new religious movement, and has been described as a black nationalist group. Drawing a wide range of sources, the Nubian beliefs are eclectic and had, been changed over time. As York had prompted his teachings from those writing called scrolls, initially claimed to be the grandson of Muhammad Ahmed, the 19th century Sudanese Mahdi, as he soon later claimed to be an extraterrestrial named Yanun. And although it had been prompted references to Allah and God, his teachings are materialistic, dismissing the existence of a spiritual realm, as race is a key part of its black nationalist worldview, which focus on African Americans especially, as white people are regarded as having fundamentally separate origin, as the group Millennium with York, popularizing that apocalypse in the 2000s, will have seen righteous 144,000 people to be saved, as many of the movement teachings revolve around the use of Nubic, a language York had pretty much created. As York had a background in Sunni Islam, would establish his own group, initially called the Asir Pir Sufi in Brooklyn, New York. Around 1967, around 1969, the group had been renamed the Nubian Islamic Hebrew Mission in America, and it became the Asnu Allah community, establishing a Brooklyn commune with its own security force. The group presented itself as being Islamic, but had faced many opposition from many other Muslim organizations in New York City. As over the coming years, it integrated many ideas from New Age and UFO religions, with York announcing that he was an alien. As in 1992, York transformed his movement into the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, increasingly foregrounding many Jewish themes. As the following year, it became the United Nubian Nation of Moors, and soon relocated to Georgia, where it began claiming that to be a Native American nation and reestablishing Tamawe, an ancient Egyptian-themed compound and tourist attraction. As the movement also incorporated sovereign citizen concepts, when in 2004, York was convicted of child molestation and racketeering and financial report violations. It was sentenced to 135 years in federal prison. Although Tamawe was demolished, the group membership has soon declined, and movement has survived as a united Sabbath worldwide. And over the course of history, the New Blind movement had attracted thousands of followers, with estimated suggesting that core support peaked around 500 members. Realism, I think I said it right. Also known as Realism, this is a UFO religion founded in the 1970s in France by Claude Rohan, now known as Real. Realism teaches that extraterrestrial species known as Elam had created humanity using their advanced technology. As an atheist religion, it holds that the Elam has historically been mistaken for gods, as it claimed that throughout history, the Elam had created 40 Elam human hybrids who had served as prophets, preparing humanity for the news of the origins. Among them are the Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad, and with Real himself, the 40th and final prophet, as realists believe that since the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, humanity had entered the age of the apocalypse, which that means it threatens itself with another nuclear war. As realism holds that humanity must find a way to harness new scientific ideas, technological development for peaceful purposes, and that when it has been achieved, Elam will return to Earth and share the technology with the humans and establish a utopia. To this end, as aliens have been sought out to build an embassy for the Elam that incorporates a landing pad for their spaceship, as aliens engage in daily meditation, hope for physical immortality through human cloning, and promote a liberal ethical system with strong emphasis on sexual experimentation. Real first published his claims to having connected by the Elam by his 1964 book, The Book That Tells the Truth, as he subsequently established an organization devoted to promoting his ideas, such as Madach, which was soon disbanded, after which it was replaced by the William Church. As Real headed the new organization, which structured around a hierarchy of 7 levels, attracting more followers, as the group had attained a country estate in France before recording its operations in Quebec. In 1998, Real established the Order of Angels, an eternal group that's all females. And they even had looked into cloning, as they had made Clonate, organization engaged in the research in human cloning, directed by senior Relo Brigitte Bolsonaire. In 2002, the company claimed to have produced a human clone, a baby named Eve, bringing much critical scrutiny and media attention. Oh my god. And they have around tens of thousands of members and are still active to this day. Nixim was a cult led by Keith Raniere, who is now a convicted racketeer and sex offender. Nixim, which is now the name of the funk company and cult, was a company that Raniere had founded in 1998, as it just had promoted senators of Stanley about human potential, and had served as a front organization for criminal activity by Raniere and his close associates. As Nixim was based in New York Capital District, and had its centers in the United States, in Canada, and Mexico. And the subsidiary companies of Nixim engaged in recruitment based on multi-level marketing model and used circular based on teachings of tech of Raniere known as rational insecurity, as courses attracted a variety of notable students, including actors and children of the rich and powerful. And at its height, Nixim had over 700 members. Alarmed by Raniere behaviors and Nixim practice, former members and families of it have spoke out to investigate it, and journalists and many others have described it as a cult. And in 2017, former Nixim members have revealed damaging information about Raniere. That information had included decisions of Nixim connected secret society called DOS, in which women are branded and made to record false confessions, and made to provide nude photographs for many black market purposes. Alongside, even prosecutors even have like pretty much revealed that decades of this, there's many grooming patterns of Renner when he was grooming and sexually abusing girls and women. And on June 19, 2019, Renner was convicted on top of charge of racketeering conspiracy as well as other charges. He was consented to 120 years imprisonment. Following his conviction, the Department of Justice has seized ownership of many Nixon-related entities and their property through assets forfeiture. West Virginia snake codes. Now, snake handling, also called super handling, is a religious rite reserved in many small numbers of isolated churches, mostly in the United States and the Appalachian region, which not surprising because they're very crazy over there. As many participants are holiness or Pentecostals, as the beliefs and practices of the movement have been documented in several films and has been the emphasis for a number of state laws related to the handling of venomous animals, which is very controversial because you're literally handling like rattlesnakes in like church that can like bite you and send you to hospital or even death. As snake handling has also been a thing since the early days of early Christianity. And yes, there has been murder, as in 1992, Glenn Summerford, a separate snake handler preacher, was convicted of attempted murder of his wife with a rattlesnake by forcing her to be bitten on 2 occasions at their home. The Anthill Kids. Now this here is a very disturbing cult that was founded and led by Wakatario, who was pretty much a murderer, as he had founded the Anthill Kids, as they were a doomsday cult who believes was based on those of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now, Watch was born in St. Ephraim, hope I said it right, on May 16th, 1947, into a poor French Canadian Catholic family. And throughout his life, he has been abused by his stepfather, and he was very considered to be very intelligent, but has dropped out of school at 7th grade and had lived many years in homeless shelters across Canada and worked different odd jobs before he founded a small woodwork business. In 1972, he began to teach himself the Old Testament and of the Bible after he had met an Adventist pastor. And Thurlot believed that the end of the world was near and he would be brought on a holy war between good and evil, as he had soon converted from Catholicism to Seventh-day Adventism Church in 1977. He began practicing denominations, regular holistic beliefs, which encouraged a healthy lifestyle free of unhealthy foods and tobacco. He would soon form the Anthill Kids, as he had convinced a group of people to leave their jobs and homes to join them in this movement. As he would soon form a commune where people would listen to his motivational speeches, live in unity and equality, and be free of sin. And he prohibited the group from remaining in contact with their families and with the Seventh-day Adventist Church, as this was against his cult vows of freedom. As he was very feared that the world was going to end near, claiming that God had warned him that it would come on February 1979, as he had used his commune to prepare for it. As a preparation, he had moved his commune by hiking in the mountains, as he called the Eternal Mountain in Hope, in sparsely populated Gas Peninsula, if I said it right, we had claimed that they all could be saved. And there, he had made the commune build their own town while he just relaxed and did nothing, just being lazy. As he was soon compare them to ants working in the anthill, which was soon get the group name Anthill Kids. In February 1979, when the apocalypse did not occur, people had started questioning his wisdom, but he soon defended himself by saying that time on earth and God were not parallel. As he just said that, it was a miscalculation on my part to expand the community as well keep the members devoted. As Thurlot had married and impregnated all of the women in the commune, fathering over 20 children with 9 female members of the group. And by the 1980s, there were 40 members, and followers were made to wear identical tunics to represent equality and their devotion to the commune. In 1984, they had soon relocated from Quebec to a new site near Brent River. And since this very controversially, this is very controversial around this quote of, he was very violent, alongside very, very abusive to many members. As many people were abused, even children who were abused horribly.
as one of Thriller Wise had left a newborn child outside in the freezing cold, where the baby had died. And Thriller had attempted to backtrack his original religious mission of the commune, began to strongly believe in purifying his followers and rid them of their sins through abusive purification sessions, as he would whip them and beat them. And he would soon be arrested for assault in 1989, and the cult would soon dissolve. In 1993, he was convicted for the murder of Solon Ballard, as he had previously killed an infant named Samuel Giguri. Hope I said the name right. As he would soon receive a life sentence, which he would soon be murdered in jail in 2011, as he'd be stabbed in the neck with a knife. Happy Science. Now, formerly known as the Institute for Research in Human Happiness, this is a new religious movement founded in, Japan, by former Wall Street trader Ryu Okawa, whose followers regard him as the incarnation of supreme being from Venus. As Happy Science has been described as a cult by many people, as this has been very crazy. This was formed on the 6th of October 1986, as he had wanted to find his own organization and company called Happy Science. As Japanese government didn't clarify it as a religious organization until 1991, and the main goal for this is to bring happiness to humanity and spreading truth. As one of the main teachings of Happy Science is exploration of the right mind and the fourfold path and El Centaur belief. And according to Okawa, in order to attain happiness, one must practice the principle of happiness known as the fourfold path, love that gives wisdom, self-reflection, and progress. And the only requirement to join Happy Science is that applicants must have aspiration and discipline to seek in truth, actively and contribute to the realization of love, peace, happiness on earth. Among other teachings, they also believe in the sense of reincarnation, angels, demons, heaven and hell, and aliens. And they even support many political views that include the support for Japanese military expansion, support for the use of nuclear deterrence, and denial of historical events such as the Nanjing Massacre in China and the current women issues in South Korea. That's bad. And they also have many controversies, and they even had a bitter rivalry with Shrinkyo, which I had discussed earlier, as they almost wanted to kill him, Okawa too. And Happy Science had also released promotional videos claiming without evidence that North Korea and China are plotting nuclear destruction of Japan, alongside even has spiritual vaccines, which that said that it can cure many diseases. And even though Ryo Okawa had passed away in 2023, it is still ongoing to this day, and they are really known to actually have made many animes too. They made a lot of animes, as one of the animes they have made literally have Helen Keller in it. I'm not joking.
I'm Helen Keller.
You mean the Helen Keller who fought deafness and blindness?
Are you uncomfortable seeing a talkative Helen who can see and hear, Yuko?
The Way International. Now, this is a non-Trinitarian Christian organization based in New Knoxville, Ohio, as the followers congregate primarily in home fellowships located throughout the United States and many other places around the world. As this happened maybe called, a cult to many people. As this was started by Dr. Paul Wheeler, who was born on 1916, as he was very interested in Christianity from a young age and attended many colleges and many Bible institutions, as well as the University of Chicago Christian Divinity School, as he later received a Master of Theology degree from college. And while he was an evangelical and Reformed church minister, he maintained that he had recovered from a true apostolic understanding of Christianity that had been lost to the church, as he later claimed that God spoke to him personally, telling him that he would teach him, as he would soon start a radio ministry in 1942, which would soon grow into The Way. As The Way International, pretty much believes differently from ancient Christianity, as they believe that Jesus is the Son of God and not God, but the Son. As in their view, unlike God, Jesus is not omniscient, omnipotent, nor omnipresent, as Jesus did not exist before his birth, except the foreknowledge of God. And they have many controversy too, as second president of The Way, Craig Martindale, had admitted to sexual misconduct with a younger married female follower in early 2000,
as a woman and her husband had sued the Way, as well as Martindale. The court had upheld 4 of their claims as viable, including allegations that Francis Allen was sexually assaulted and victimized by Martin, Biden, and others, that the assault upon Francis had occurred as a result of civil conspiracy, that the Way engaged in a pattern of corrupt activity, which they include acts of assault and breach of contract, as the defendants settled about a month after the ruling, and there are still after to this day. Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, Black Hebrew Israelites are a new religious movement claiming that African Americans are descendants of ancient Israelites, as there's many other, subgroups part of the Black Israelites, which I won't explain all to this day. I'll explain like some of them. And some of them also believe that Native and Latin Americans are descendants of the Israelites as well. As Black Israelite teachings combine elements from a wide range of sources, incorporating many interpretations of Christianity and Judaism, and other influences such as Freemasonry and New Thought, as many choose to identify as Hebrew Israelites or Black Israelites rather than Jews. As Black Hebrew Israelism is non-homogeneous movement composed of numerous groups, varying believing that practices that Black Israelites are not associated with the mainstream Jewish community, and they do not meet the criteria that are, they are Jewish a bit. As this movement had pretty much started with Frank Cherry and William Sanders Crowdy, as who both claimed that they had revelations in which that God had told them that African Americans are descendants of Hebrews in the Christian Bible. As Cherry had established the Church of the Living God, the pivot ground of truth for all nations, in 1886, and Crowdy founded the Church of God and Saints in Christ in 1896. Subsequently, Black Hebrew groups were founded in the United States during the late 19th and 20th century, alongside doing, civil rights movement, as they are made and comprised of both African Americans and West Indian immigrants. And by the 1980s, the number of Black Hebrew Israelites had grew up to 40,000 people. And various sects of Black Hebrew Israelism have been criticized by academics for their theology and historical revisionism due to lack of evidence supporting their claims. Alongside, some are even considered to be even hate groups because they are very anti-Semitic and very racist to non-Black people. Even support racial segregation and Holocaust denial, homophobia, and even make race war stuff. So yeah, and Black Israelites are still, a thing. They usually just march a lot and stuff. So yeah, even Drewski made a skit of them. So yeah.
Black man. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. I'd rather be in the South than to be in hell. That's right. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. That's right.
Blood Over a Tent. Now, Blood Over a Tent is a cult, is an online cult, and a conspiracy theory driven up by a group on YouTube that centers on blood, magic, and rituals, as this is led by Florida plumber Mark Brand. Oh my god, of course this is run by a dude from Florida. As this group pretty much promotes and encourages followers to perform do-it-yourself blood rituals, as members are encouraged to smear a drop of their own blood on a written declaration of their intentions, desires, or goals, and upload a video of it to YouTube and stuff, which I'm not gonna show for many reasons. Alongside even having many fear-mongering tactics to promote an imminent apocalypse, as Braun had claims to be a reincarnation of Satan and asserts that only those who perform rituals will be saved, to pretty much attack people. Even pushing a flat earth movement and pretty much being a flat earther, as members believing that a blood ritual will give them great access to a mythical Arctic portal leading them to paradise located underneath the hollow earth. And due to many of these investigations, this had pretty much led to many, deletions of videos, on the internet as well. So yeah, be careful if you see any, weird stuff like this online, okay? And I couldn't find whatever happened to, Mark Braun, the leader of the cult, because some people just said that he just probably went into hiding, or he's either dead, so I don't know. Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians are a religious group founded by Benjamin Roden, as they regard themselves as a contribution of the General Association of Davidian Seventh-day Adventists, established by Victor Heuft in 1934. As who was a seven-day evangelist, wrote a series of tracts entitled Shepherd's Rod, as they called for reform of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. After his ideas were rejected, him and his followers formed a group that became the Davidians, and they soon moved onto a land outside of Waco, Texas, and built a little community called Mount Carmel Center, which served as a headquarters for the movement. And after his death in 1955, his wife Florence took control of the organization. In that same year, Benjamin Roldan, a follower of Hoff, proclaimed that to be what he believed a new message from God, as he presented to the Davidians. As Florence would soon sell Mount Carmel and purchase 941 acres near Elk, Texas, which is near Waco, naming it New Mount Carmel Center. After the failure of Florence's prophecy of apocalyptic events near April 22nd, 1959, she dissolved the Davidians Association in 1962 and sold all the acres, except half of it. As soon Benjamin had soon took possession and began efforts to purchase land remaining. As on February 27th, 1973, New Mount Carmel was soon sold to Benjamin as his wife Lois Roldan and her son George Roldan. And from then on, the property was known as Mount Carmel until the death of Benjamin Roldan in 1978, as Lois became the next Davidian prophet at the compound. Now, a young man named Reverend Howell, later known as David Koresh, came up to the area and studied biblical prophecy under Lois Roldan. By 1983, Koresh had gained the group followers and separated from Lois' organization, as he would soon call them the Davidian Branch Davidian, Seventh-day Adventist Association, or Branch Davidians. As David Koresh would pretty much be, really worshipped within the Branch Davidians, but he would actually, pretty much get in trouble, as the Branch Davidians had pretty much caught the eye of many government agencies. As David Koresh was pretty much, seen to have pretty much, many children and had married many of the wives within the Branch Davidians, alongside within the compound between them, alongside, many allegations of sexual abuse and illegal weapons, as the ATF had pretty much attempted to breach the compound for 2 hours until ammunition ran low, as 4 ATF agents were killed and another 16 agents were even wounded during this raid. As this would lead on to the Waco siege, which would be one of the most deadliest and controversial government law enforcement incidents in American history. As in 1993, this would be a siege that lasted for 51 days and ended in deaths, as the FBI had moved for a final siege of the compound using large weaponry such as 50 caliber rifles and armored combat vehicles to combat the heavily armed Branch Davidians. As the FBI had attempted to use tear gas to flush them out, and the FBI were only permitted to return any incoming fire, but there's no actual assault from the Branch Davidians, as when several Branch Davidians had opened fire, FBI response, it was pretty much increased the amount of tear gas being used, which this had even caused fire, and many even children who was inside of the compound were even killed. As this death had led to up to 82 people being killed, including David Koresh. And after the siege, there have been many other groups that would be descended from the Branch Davidians that still exist to this day, and the group retains the original name, the Branch Davidians. Alongside after Waco siege, this had pretty much caused many distrust to United States government and many law enforcement agencies. 7 M's cult. Now, 7 M's is this referred to allegations of a talent mentions company, 7M Films, which is an abusive front for a cult called the Shekinah Church, which is run by a man named Robert Shin, as they are both owned by Robert Shin too. And these claims had gained public attention through a viral social media video by a family of the dancer, Mina Derrick, as many families of dancers and foreign members of the church allege that Shin uses his position as a pastor and CEO to manipulate and control members' lives and finances, as he pretty much isolate many members, as he even encouraged members to even die to their families and cut off loved ones who were not part of the church, pretty much keeping them in control. Alongside many female members, accuse them of even being physically abused, sexually abused, brainwashing, slavery, and human trafficking, at which Shin and 7 Films all deny. And they even formed a lawsuit against many former members who call his organization a cult. And there's even a documentary about it too, called Dancing for the Devil. Creativity. Now, historically known as World Church of the Creator, this is an atheistic, non-theistic, white supremacist new religious movement, espousing white separatism, anti-Semitism, anti-theism, anti-Christianity, scientific racism, and homophobia, and there's many other stuff. Oh my god. Creativity is openly racist religion, urging for white pride, and has been classified as a hate group by many other people. And as it was founded in Lighthouse Point, Florida, United States, by Ben Klassen as the church creator, as it now has a presence in several states of the United States, as well as parts of Australia, Eastern Europe, and the UK. As creativity is promoted by two organizations, Creativity Alliance, also known as the Church of Creativity, and the two groups have many common origins, both being created in 2003. As the religion was originally founded as the Church of the Creator by Ben Klassen, as he was a self-public nature eternal religion. Adherents of creativity referred to themselves as the creators, a term derived from Hitler's autobiographical book Mein Kampf, which of course is going to be racist, very neo-Nazi-ish. Well, not neo-Nazi-ish, full-on neo-Nazi. As Klassen attempted to recruit many neo-Nazis into the church to pretty much spread racism. As they are pretty much white separatism, which is pretty much they believe to pretty much to hate non-white people and avoid social interactions with them, alongside even to be very homophobic as well. And members of the creativity are restricted to persons whose genetic heritage is either wholly predominantly from Europe, pretty much anyone who's from whites. So this, yeah. And they also have 16 commandments and 5 fundamental beliefs, which adherents to recite 5 times a day, including that their race is their religion, their belief that the white race is nature's finest creation, and that their belief is racial loyalty the greatest honor. As they pretty much believe in other holidays that they made up too, such as South Victory Day, which commemorates the arrival of the first fleet to Australia in 1788, Klassen Day, which is the birth of Klassen, alongside Kozel Day, Martyr Day, was commemorating Brian Kozel, who was a movement member who was killed in a fight with Mexicans on 1990. And Festive Album, which is a week-long celebration of white racial pride, commemorating the massacre at Wounded Knee. What the hell? Oh my god, this religion, I just don't know how to describe. This cult, I don't know what the hell they are. The whole main goal of this cult is to be racist. Is to be racist as hell. Like, oh my god, wow. So yeah, don't be racist, kids. Just don't be racist. Love everybody. Yeah. The family. Now this is a new Australian New Age group, as this was formed in mid-1960s under the leadership of Anne Hamilton Bryan, who was born Evelyn Grace. As a group was taught a mixture of Western and Eastern religion doctrines, with Hamilton Bryan claimed to be a reincarnation of Jesus, as is just a crazy cult. As the group became a central controversy in a new compound in Oland, Victoria, was raided by police on August 14, 1987, amid allegations of child abuse. All the children were removed from premises and were discovered to be adopted through illegal means. As Hamilton Bryan and her husband were soon arrested in 1993 and charged with conspiracy to defraud and commit perjury in retaliation to adoption scams. As the family had taught a mixture of Christianity and Hinduism and other Western and Eastern religions, on the principle that the spirituals are universal, as children raised in the group studied major scriptures of these religions as well as work of gurus. And one adopted daughter, Sarah Hamilton Bryan, had described the cult teachings of, a hodgepodge of many religions mixed into one, alongside teaching that Anne Hamilton Bryan was the incarnation of Jesus and living God within the group, as Jesus, Buddha, and Krishna were regarded as enlightened beings who came from Earth to aid humanity, with Hamilton Bryan being put in the same category of these teachers. As soon both Hamilton Bryan and her husband would soon pretty much be arrested, as many reports of child abuse, as they pretty much had kicked out one of their kids out of the group. And Anne Hamilton Bryan would soon died June 13th, 2019, as she was dead at 97. White Brotherhood. Now the Great White Brotherhood, or I'm not saying that, is an eschatological religious movement that emerged in the early 1990s in Ukraine. as teachings combine elements of Christianity and other religions. As the Brotherhood activities peaked on the 10th of 1993, members attempted to take over St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev, Ukraine, with plans for a massive after the rest of its founders. Now, this was founded by Yuri Kingorov, if I said it right, who was a specialist physiological influence, cybernetics genetic engineer, and candidate of technical scientist and journalist. As he started the movement in 1988, creating the Institute of Man and giving lectures on meditation and spiritual practices, as he also previously involved in the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, which was expelled for claiming to be Krishna Avatar. In 1991, he had met Miranda Tisgun, if I said it right, who later became the group figurehead, proclaimed to be the living god of Mara Devi Christos, while kicking off this took to name Johann Swami. As the Great White Brotherhood was soon registered, as its members was called the Somalians, as it functions as a religious community with strict hierarchy and discipline. Alongside even having teachings, and had a mission to spread the mythical knowledge to save people from the impending world destruction, which was they believed was happening on the 24th of 1993 of November. As active missionary work took place in various regions of Ukraine, as members were wearing white clothes, communities were even officially registered in Kiev and Cherkasy, and soon the movement had to move to Russia and other parts of Eastern Europe. And they will even try to capture the St. Sophia of Kiev church, as they had planned to commit a mass suicide by burning themselves. As when they entered the cathedral on November 10th, they cut a telephone connection and blocked all exits. And they even had planned to shoot one another to trigger the end of the world, but they didn't do it. As police authorities would soon prevent the suicide, and 25 followers of the Brotherhood would soon be arrested for organizing riots. More than 600 people will be actually detained. As the group leaders were soon sentenced to 4, 6, and 7 years of imprisonment, especially for organizing mass riots and seizing state and public buildings. Adan Oktar, how I said it right. Now, Adan Oktar, also known as Adan Hoka or Harun Haya, is a Turkish Muslim telegenesis and Islamic creationist, an author and religious leader, as the organization was referred to as a cult. As between 2000 and late 2010s, he emerged a massive campaign of profiling Westerns to Islam, producing dozens of illustrated books, as he will be leading a criminal gang, a cult, engaging in political and military espionage, sexual abuse of minors, and other horrible stuff. As he was sentenced in 2022 to over 8,000 years in prison. Yeah, he's gonna die. As before his arrest in trial, Oktar had sent thousands of unsolicited copies of his Christian's book, Atlas of Creation, to French schools and universities to pretty much gain more members. And Oktar had advocated a version of Islam that rejected both Sunni and Shia traditions, but was focused instead on Quran-centric interpretation, as he preached the true Islam based on the Quran on his television channel A9 TV, as he had filed more than 5,000 lawsuits against people trying to talk about him, which led to a number of blocking numbers of websites in Turkey. So yeah, he was just a crazy man and he did horrible stuff. So yeah. Zizians, I think I said it right, I don't know. They are an informal group of rationalists allegedly involved in 6 violent deaths in the United States, as 3 in 2022 and 3 in 2025. As the federal prosecutors say the Zizians are associated with persons of interest of the murder of 4 people. David Mainland in Vermont, who was a U.S. Border Patrol agent, Curtis Lynn in California, a landlord, Richard and Rika Zayo, I said it right, in Pennsylvania, the 3 parents of the group members. In addition, Ophelia Bucko and Emmett Borhan. The both associates of the Zizians were killed in altercations with Mainland and Lynn respectively. The term Zizians referring from the name of Ziz Lesota was sometimes characterized as a leader. As Zizians do not use this name concern themselves or to have a clear identified leader, as they are pretty much advocate of ideology including anarchism and veganism. The notion of hemisphere of the brain can distinct genders and conflicting interests, as they are pretty much described as a cult, as they came from a small offshoot of rationalist community and hold different ideology combined organism and veganism. Chen Tao. Also known as God Salvation Church, was a UFO religion that originated in Taiwan in 1996, as it was founded by Han Ming-chen, who split from Seoul Light Researchers Association that he and several others had previously founded. As members soon moved to Texas, where they became notorious for a failed millennial prophecy. As they were a UFO religion, and they mainly called themselves God Salvation Church, but also called themselves God Save the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation, True Way Church, or Chintao. As members had wore white clothes and cowboy hats. I'm sorry, I keep laughing at this stuff. I'm sorry. And wore cowboy boots. I remember the group's also called Chen Teacher Chen. As throughout his life, Chen described himself as an atheist. But in 1992, he believed that he had received a revelation from God to live in a devoted religious life as he read a variety of religious texts, including the Christian Old Testament and New Testaments, Buddhist sutras, and Tao Te Ching, as he soon joined another UFO religion, but had soon left that one. As many of his followers would soon move to Garland, Texas in 1997, as they had pretty much moved there because the name sounded like Godland. When Chen claimed the name moved because of the East was full of devils and devil religions, and despite moving to the United States, he did not speak English and spoke to the public. He mainly just spoke to people using an interpreter. As of 1997, they had over 100 members, and many members had purchased more than 20 homes, and they even also drove sports cars and stuff while wearing cowboy hats and white dresses. And they're also known for their highly publicized and failed millennial prophecy. As shortly moving there, Chen had declared a press conference on December 22nd, 1997. Now on March 31st, God would manifest himself in a physical form in his front lawn, as he then made increasingly elaborate extreme predictions, later declaring that the week to his appearance, God would manifest nationwide on Channel 18 in a form identical to Chen, as he would then sever office and prepare to survive the Seventh Great Tribulation, which is a worldwide nuclear apocalypse, which will soon happen in the early 1990s, or the late 1990s, that go on to new millennia. As which, of course, didn't really happen, as this pretty much made me of his followers not like him no more. And Chen Tao seemed to have fallen apart after his leader prophecies went unfulfilled, and really after the failed prediction, some of the members had soon returned to Taiwan. Eastern Lightning. Now, Eastern Lightning, or Church of Almighty God, is a monotheistic new religious movement which was established in China in 1991. As government sources estimate that this group has up to around 3 to 4 million members. We don't really know that much because it can be really tricky counting them. And the group core tenet is that Jesus Christ has returned to Earth and is presently living as a Chinese woman. The name Eastern Lightning alludes to the Gospel of Matthew, for as lightning cometh south of the east, of it shineth even unto the west, so shall also come the Son of Man be. And this movement has been described as one of China's most dangerous Shizhao, which pretty much stands for heterodox teaching, which is pretty much mean cult or evil religions. And the group is actually banned in China, and many Christian opponents and international media had described it as a cult, and even as a terrorist organization, as the group had pretty much committed the 1998 Nang attacks. From October 30th to November 10th, 2 alleged members of Eastern Lightning had committed a series of assaults and robberies across Tanji and Shikai counties in Liang, Han, Henan, in China, as Liu and Zhao, using knives, steels, poles, and lime powder, had beat, stabbed, and blinded non-people over a 12-day period. And there's even a kidnapping, as a mass kidnapping in 2002, when they were accused of staging a campaign of kidnappings across multiple cities to capture 34 leaders of the China Gospel Fellowship. Alongside even weeks before the 2019 Israel election, many people have even reported that Twitter has suspended dozens of Hebrew language accounts that was run by the Eastern Lightning Church. They're trying to amplify right-wing religious and political messages to pretty much interfere with the Israeli elections. Now, the movement for the restoration of the Ten Commandments of God. Now, this is a religious movement that was funded and founded by Kodonia Meredi and Joseph Kitabereti in southwestern Uganda, as it is notorious for its mass death of several hundred members of the group and a mass suicide in 2000. As it was formed in 1989 after Miranda and Cupidity had claimed that they had been seen by visions of the Virgin Mary. As the origins had started in Uganda right after the rule of Idi Amin and the AIDS pandemic and the war in Uganda, as people had become pessimistic and fatalistic and established the Roman Catholic Church was backsliding. An envelope and scandals and the faithful were becoming destatified. In this void, many post-Catholic groups have formed in the late 80s as a confused and traumatized populace had turned to charismatic self-beliefs described messiahs. As the goals of the movement for restoration of the Ten Commandments of God were basically to obey the Ten Commandments and preach in the word of Jesus Christ that were taught to avoid damnation in the apocalypse. But they were pretty much very strict on this, as they pretty much had pretty much said that on some days communication was only conducted in sign language, as fasting was considered regularly, as only one meal was eaten on Fridays and Mondays, and sex was forbidden, even as soap as well, as the group had believed that AIDS was to be the punishment from God to breach the sixth commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. And the movement leaders had declared that apocalypse would happen on the end of the millennia, as the group had a strong emphasis on the apocalypse at the end time. As with the new year looming, activity by the movement had pretty much became frenzied, as the leaders had urged themselves to confess their sins in preparation for the end. As clothes and cattle were sold cheaply, and past members were re-recruited, and as all work in the field had ceased. As on January 1st, 2000 had passed without the apocalypse, the movement had soon begun to unravel, as questions were asked about the leaders, and payment to the church had decreased dramatically. And Ugandan police even believe that some members who had been required to sell their possessions to the movement had rebelled and demanded the return of the money. As soon, the leaders had pretty much said that the apocalypse would happen on 17th of March 2000, which didn't happen. But it was soon to end, as on March 17th, on the day the apocalypse was to happen, followers of the new religious movement had died in a fire in a series of poisonings and killings that were initially considered to be a mass suicide. As that initial suspicion was revised to mass murder, with hundreds of bodies were discovered in pits and sites related to the movement that had died at least weeks prior to the event. It is estimated that around 300 people had died in a fire, while 400 people were discovered in the pits. And the leaders of the group, including Miranda and Kitare, have pretty much disappeared. Some people believe that they had escaped and had never been found or prosecuted. So nobody knows if they're still alive or if they're dead. Universal Medicine. Now, Universal Medicine, or UNMed, or UM, is an organization that's often described as a code. It was founded by Serge Banyan, a former bankrupt tennis coach from Southwest Wales, Australia, who had no medical qualifications. As it sell scholastic healing products, music and publications, and workshop courses, which none of these healing modalities are evidence-based or have been proven effective by scientific research. As Ben Hayan, who I certified, founded the group in 1999, after receiving what he described as energetic impress while on the toilet. Yeah. As a New South Wales Supreme Court jury had found it true to say that he had leads a dangerous and socially harmful code. As many of his teachings is we pretty much will touch clients in a very inappropriate way, and is a Christian who make many fraudulent medical claims. As he believes his treatments can cure people, and these treatments that they can cure people is pretty much taught by breast massage, esoteric healing, ovarian readings, chakra puncture, and tissue therapy, and even ovary massage, which all treatments are all designed by non-medical health practitioners, which is just very just straight up sexual assault. It's estimated that all of his courses and these retreats pretty much help gross his business up to $2 million a year. And followers of the doctrine, the way of living this, also known as student body, the teachings are classified into meditation, self-care, nutrition, exercise, and reincarnation, and psychological well-being of the esoteric, and they are supported by audio books and online textures. And he of course had denied of him being weird to people, even though there's a whole lot of evidence that he is very weird to people. Order of the Nine Angles. Now, Order of the Nine Angles is a satanic left-hand path network that originated in the United Kingdom, but has soon branched out to other parts of the world. Now, they are claiming to be as well as Satanists alongside supporting a big neo-Nazi ideology, describing it as traditional Satanism and even modern paganism. Now, this here is a crazy cult, but alongside a crazy network of other satanic neo-Nazi groups. As according to the Order's own claims, it was established in the Welsh marshes of Western England during the late 1960s by a woman previously in the secretive pre-Christian tradition. Alongside this account ad in 1973, as a man named Anton Long was initiated into the group and becoming its Grand Master. As the Order of Nine Angles believe that Anton Long is the pseudonym of the British neo-Nazi activist David Matt, even though David Matt, however, denied the case is in. As they promote the idea that human history has been divided in a series of aeons, as each of which contains a corresponding human civilization. As adherents believe that the current aeonic civilization is that was the world of the society is threatened by the Nazarene influence of Judeo-Christian religion, which the Order seeks to combat and pretty much stop with Christians and other Abrahamic religions. As they thought to create a new order called the Imperialism, and according to the Order teachings, this is necessary for a galactic civilization to form, in which Aryan society will colonize the Milky Way and advocate a spiritual path where practitioners are required to break societal taboos by isolating themselves from society, committing crimes and violence, and carrying out acts of human sacrifice. As the Order of Nine Angles still exists to this day, and they are very, very controversial, as they pretty much promote terrorism and even support not just Nazism, but also jihadism in supporting many terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, alongside going extremely fast in the 21st century with the use of social media like Facebook, YouTube, Telegram, Discord, as there are other groups such as 764 and many others, Adam Waffen, which have many connections to, this cult. The Moorish Science Temple of America. Now, this is an American national and religious organization founded by Noble Drew Ali, as he based it on the premise that African Americans are descendants of Hasidic Moabites and thus Moorish, a nationality in Islamic by faith. As Ali had put together elements of major traditions to develop a message of personal transformation through historical education, racial pride, and spiritual uplift. As his doctrine was also intended to provide African Americans with a sense of identity in the world and promote civic involvement. As one primary tenet of Moorish Science Temple believe is that African Americans descended from the Market Empire, and according to Ali, this also include other countries around Northwest Africa. To join the movement, individuals must proclaim their Moorish nationality as if they were giving nationality cards. In religious texts, I heard themselves as Asiatics. As the Moorish Science Temple of America was incorporated under the Illinois Religious Corporation at 805, as Timothy Drew, known to his members as prophets, Noble Drew Ali founded the Moorish Science Temple of America in 1913. As the movement soon expanded rapidly during the late 1920s, as the quick expansion of the Moorish Science Temple had arose in a large part of Chicago, as it came from, many members were Black Americans. And during the time of the Great Migration, where many Black Americans assumed moved to northern cities. And it's still active to this day a bit, but it's estimated it had around 30,000 members at its height in Chicago. Domini Mission. I think I said it right. I hope I did. So this was a Christian religious movement founded in South Korea by Ling John Wim, as it received worldwide attention after Lee had predicted the rapture, what happened at the end of the world, as it will occur on the 28th of October 1992. But after the prediction failed, he was convicted of defrauding his followers out of millions of dollars. As he had pretty much said that the rapture would happen, believed this, and at least 4 of his followers even committed suicide in anticipation of this would happen, because he pretty much said that women should not be pregnant during the end times. So yeah, and there was even investigations trying to go into this church, but they didn't say it because of freedom of religion. But soon, on October 28th, 1992, when 45 of his followers dressed in white clothing burned furniture outside of the Domini Mission office to pretty much wait for the rapture, nothing happened. Alongside the fact that he was in jail because for fraud and illegal possessions of American currency. And his followers still pretty much showed up to the Domini Mission Church, and police had took heavy measures to stop a mass happening. And when this had happened, Lee had soon disbanded Domini Mission in November 1992 and apologized while he was in prison awaiting sentencing. On the 4th of December 1992, he was convicted of fraud and sentenced to 2 years in prison. because he had collected around 4 million, from his followers to pretty much like purchase bonds that did not like mature until after October 28th. System Space Code. Now this here is an internet code that pretty much originated in many places in the internet, like in 4chan and Reddit. As when this code had pretty much started, people had thought that this was a game or a hoax of a new game that was pretty much said to be based off Serial Experience Lane. I hope I said the anime name right, I always get it wrong. As this had went as a project on a site called the Tusuki, which was a website based on a belief that our reality is just one system among the universe, and when we die, we will ascend to the next system using the power of Tusuki tokens. As on January 2007, a 4chan user of the new Tusuki had gained attention at the launch of this Tusuki project, and it had pretty much alleged that by joining the website, users would be given Tusuki coins, and each user would be assigned a world to contribute to helping building a world that was completely tokenized. A new futuristic world only accepted by these coins that was run by only artists who weaponized autism. As the website had gained very popularity over the internet and had been pretty much featured in numerous YouTube videos, as many people have said that this was either a marketing stunt or just a fan-made thing or even just a death cult or whatever. And the website is completely gone now, so you cannot Google it anymore because it's gone forever. There was an archive, so it's pretty much gone. So this is just a weird anime cult, online cult based off Serial Experiments Lane. So yeah, also watch that anime. It's pretty dope. It's pretty good. Hikaya no Wa, I said it right. Now Hikaya no Wa, or the Circle Rainbow Light, is a Japanese new religious movement that started in 2007, as it was founded by Fumio Joyo. I think I hope I said it right. I apologize. And they were a previous spokesperson of Shirinkyo. Oh. Them again. As Hikawa no Wa stated, his goal is not to influence a particular fate, but instead help people find a new way and think about religion in their daily lives. And this group is symbolized by the sun and the golden wheel with a rainbow with a circle design. It is estimated they have around over 100 members, and the government have been pretty much keeping a close eye on them, as they have pretty much many connections, used to have connections with Shirinkyo. But they were soon ended surveillance in 2017 due to a high legal challenge, but continue to keep them under watch. And they're still active to this day, and it's not really known much about them because they're pretty much small. So yeah. Everybody, this video is long, so yeah. So this is a part where you take a break, just get some rest, drink some water, just come back if you have to, because we got more stuff to go down, and I am going to have to censor some more stuff again, because I'm talking about more crazy stuff down below. So yeah. Also, just want to say this, right when we got to the end of the iceberg I was using, it has some quotes up there that are just obviously fake, so I'm not going to use those. So instead, I'm just going to, I just added real quotes to the end tier. So yeah, just heads up. Okay, let's go. The Kirtland Cult. Now, Jeffrey Don Lundgren was an American self-proclaimed prophet, cult leader, and mass murderer who on April 17, 1989, had killed a family of 5 in Kirtland, Ohio. As he pretty much had said, his followers pretty much murdered the Avery family, who was members of his cult, as he pretty much told his followers that they were sinning by pretty much talking and not even living with him. As he pretty much told his followers, if you want to see God, you have to kill the Avery family. as he had led a Latter-day Saints movement based off cult structures and interpret structures using the unconventional version of Shamas, which involved searching for texts for recurring patterns. As he pretty much made many sins of his cult by pretty much saying that they cannot talk to each other, they cannot do stuff like anything, and he even eavesdrop on cult members to cause them to believe that he can read their minds and stuff. So yeah, as after the murders on April 18th, 1989, the officers soon came to his family farm to talk to him. And after this encounter, he soon became paranoid about being caught and had left Ohio with the rest of his code, moving to West Virginia. As months had went by, nothing had happened. As he soon became disillusioned, and his family had moved to California, leaving the rest of the cult to pretty much stay behind in West Virginia. And after the killings, a tip from a informant had led police to a long abandoned farm, where the 5 bodies of every family soon be discovered. And they soon became fugitives. As 13 members of his cult were to be found in the early 90s, including his wife and Lundgren himself. And after the guilty verdicts, he was given the death penalty and received 5 life sentences, which is around 140 years to life. As of October 24, 2006, he will soon be executed at the Southern Ohio Correctional Facility. Universal Life. Now this is a very controversial new religious movement based in, hope I said it right, Markranderfeld, Germany, which is described by many members as a new religious movement that was founded by Gabriel Wittig, as these works were claimed to be revelations of Jesus Christ and other spiritual beings, with Gabriel received as a prophetess, as these are, along with the Sermon on the Mount and the Ten Commandments, a fundamental basis of the faith. And she also even made her own Bible that have many anti-Semitic phrases. So yeah. Now, she had claimed to heard her first inner words after the death of her mother. And after a year, she had, saw her dead mother appear at a spiritual meeting and spoke to her. As Wittig had claimed to experience several apparitions later, including a spiritual being named Teacher Brother Emmanuel. Soon she even met Christ herself. And on 18th of April 1987, Christ allegedly spoke to her in a great revelation, among other things, about the inner path. Even saying to her and her accounts, saying that the kingdom of God is within you. And they even believed that they even had contact with an alien from outer space named Moradi. And they pretty much believe in reincarnation and promote veganism. And more other members even referring to themselves as the original Christians, as many want to carry facts of universal life is for fomenting resentment against established religious leaders, especially the Roman Catholic Church. As even being described as a cult to many people, as they pretty much have faced many hate against the Roman Catholic Church, alongside even pretty much controlling many people's lives, and it's still active to this day. The Grail Movement. Now, the Grail Movement is a millennium new religious movement which originated in Central Europe in the early 1920s, revolving around the teachings of the self-proclaimed Messiah figure, Oscar Ernest Bernard. As after gaining followers and publishing his lectures in 1920, Bernard had taught the Day of Judgment, the day of coming of paradise and victory of evil that was imminent within his followers' lifetimes, with Bernard and his followers constructing a communal settlement in Bamberg, Tile, Austria in the late 1920s and 1930s to await the Day of Judgment. Following the failure of the Day of Judgment to materialize and Bernard's death, the movement declined and soon began growing again following missionary activities in post-World War II period, as the movement has experienced far number of schisms. And even though during his lifetime, the movement never had more than a few thousand followers and concentrated mainly in Central Europe, parts of Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, and Germany, as well as France and Brazil. And it's still a bit going on today. As of 2021, there are estimated around 40,000 sealed adherents. Although the movement has started in Europe, it is now many followers. It's actually more followers than in Europe and Africa. So yeah, especially in Nigeria. Love Has Won. Now, Love Has Won, also known as the Galactic Federation of Light, is an American new religious movement that was led by Amy Carlson until her death in 2021. As Carlson referred to the group as the Mother of God, who described herself as, among other things, as a creator of the universe, with the combining New Age spirituality and ideas from Abrahamic religions, conspiracy theories, and pop culture. as the group had described as a cult made by ex-members and media outlets. As the group had, around between 12 and 20 full-time members who lived with Carlson at the time of her death. As this here has been known to be a very crazy cult, as pretty much started right in 2007, as Carlson had left her third husband, her children, and her job as a manager at McDonald's, and a ceased contract with most members of her family, joining up with Armith White Eagle, aka Robert Saltgaber in Colorado. As the group was known as the Galactic Federation of Light, as they soon posted their first YouTube videos in 2009, as they were previously known to post many YouTube videos. And the group had claimed that Carlson was a divine 19 billion-year-old being who had birthed all creation, as Carlson claimed that she had been reincarnated over 500 times, including even using her previous identities as Jesus, Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, and Marilyn Monroe. As sometimes between, in 2000 and 2007, she had been very interested on many forums of the website Light Workers Organization, and on the forum she had met Armith White Eagle, Robert Saltgaber, who convinced Carlson that she was divine, and she soon even started believing this. As one of the theologies of love has one having described as a fluid combining new age spirituality, many conspiracy theories and elements of many everyday religions and pop culture, as they pretty much had believed that Carlson was a divine 19-year-old being who had created all creation. And the group had claimed that Carlson was the queen of the lost continent Lemuria. And the group was incorporated under the belief that Lemurians lived within Mount Shasta in California. She even said that Donald Trump was her father in the past life, and that he had spoken to the deceased actor Robin Williams, who she claimed was the Archangel Zadkiel, and even had even used other actors and other famous people. Even the group theology also included references to the concept of Atlantis, Anakai, and reptilians, as the whole conspiracy theory that the Earth is run by reptilians and lizard people and stuff, alongside even I think many QAnon conspiracy theory stuff, as recordings made by the group show support for other conspiracy theories that the pandemic was planned and that 9/11 didn't exist, alongside even Holocaust denial, and the Sandy Hook Elementary School was a hoax that never happened, which was just messed up. And there's also even members in videos people making very racist remarks, including even supporting Hitler. So this whole group was just a very insane. And many ex-members had even called this a horrible cult, which it is, because there's many physical abuse, many people didn't got no sleep, and members even alleged only be allowed to sleep for 4 hours a night. Even there have been many complaints about the group from families about brainwashing and fraud, as in 2020, a member of the group was found wandering the wilderness naked and dehydrated after being described by the group of lacking the right energy and being on the wrong side of the mountain. In 2020, in September, Carlson reported that she was in very poor health and was paralyzed from the waist down, with Carlson herself stating that she had cancer. In early 2021, the group located an RV in Mount Shasta in Northern California, but were asked to leave due to overcrowding, as that was the last place she was seen alive, as she has soon died around April of 2021. As a mummified corpse of Carlson was discovered in a mission house near Crestone, and state decay pretty much means that she had been dead for several weeks, and she was 45 at the time of her death. And when they had found her body, it was mummified in a weird way, because she was found in a sleeping bag wrapped in Christmas lights and her face covered in glitter. Now, Circle of Friends, this was a cult that operated in the 1970s outside of Morristown, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C., as its normal head was George J. Jurcek, who was born in Hungary and immigrated into the United States, becoming naturalized around 1953, and according to many members, he had gave many memorialistic lectures twice a week about a great political economics collapse that would happen before 2000. As this cult was pretty much also known for manipulating members into committing fraud, like student loans and working multiple security jobs for the leaders' profits, even exploiting members' finances and relationships, and controlling their lives in a very crazy way. As 1988, the founders were even tried for conspiracy and fraud on the student loans defaults, while Jurcek was even sentenced to up to 7 years in 1991, which I don't know if he's still alive, but he's probably not still alive. He's probably dead. Okay, I kind of discussed this all the way back in Tier 1, but this was also on the iceberg again, so I'm just going to cover it, whatever. So yeah, John Frum. So this is a figure which is associated with cargo codes on the island of Tano and Batono. And he's often depicted as an American World War II serviceman who will bring wealth and prosperity to people if they follow him. As we don't know if John Frum was a real person, but he's pretty much, well, a very iconic figure in many cargo codes in the Pacific. And yeah, we don't even know what he looked like, so yeah. Brother Stair, also known as Brother R.G. Stair, or simply known as just Brother Stair, was an American minister in Evangelicus. And he had pretty much, well, had a broadcast when he pretty much preached on God in digital software and on shortwave radio in the 1990s, as he was heard on over 100 radios. As he was very popular, as his teachings had pretty much, well, a strong influence on millennial predictions of world-changing events, such as in the year 1990, there would be like the dawn of the third millennium, that he pretty much believed that God would soon return in year 2000, alongside even pretty much believing that a nuclear war would happen in 1988. That Ronald Reagan would not complete his term as president. And he had been arrested many times, as in 1960s, he was pretty much like on charges of outraging public indecency, including doing horrible stuff in front of, well, people not our age. And then in 2002, on 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, as 2 women who were associated with Brother Stair, one was 20 and one was 17, alleged that he had coerced them by enforcing his religious and personal beliefs on them. In 2004, he pled guilty to the charge of assault or battery and was sentenced to over 70 days in custody. And he even recorded many programs when he was in jail, and he was soon arrested again in 2017 on 8 counts, with all of them were around a minor, and soon even came to the attention of authorities because he had made weird YouTube videos and even said weird stuff to minors, and he was just a pedophile. He was just a goddamn pedophile. And it even had stopped, well, his broadcasting on this show because they called for legal difficulties. And he would soon die of heart failure at the age of 87 at his home in South Carolina. The Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, formerly known as the Israelite Church of Universal Practice Knowledge, this is an African-American organization of the Black Hebrew Israelites, as it is part of the One West Camp form of Black Hebrew Israelism. And its headquarters is in New York City, and have been pretty known to be very controversial, as they are been described as openly anti-Semitic, racist, sexist, and homophobic. As they pretty much, well, teaches the descents of the 12 lost tribes and biblical Jews and Black Americans and West Indians and indigenous people of Americas, and not Jewish people, as they pretty much believe that Native Americans, West Indians, Black Americans are pretty much, well, the biblical Jews in the Bible, and that Israel is their home. And they even believe that they are superior to other races, pretty much just being very racist. Alongside even believing that Jesus was God, divine Son, and Messiah, and the Redeemer for the sins of the Israelites. Alongside them even pretty much, well, getting in trouble for many tax evasion stuff. As in April 2019, many leaders had pretty much, well, were arrested for fraud and tax charges. Now they're even classified as a hate group as well. Rajneesh Puram. Now this was a short-lived utopian commune established in the 1880s by followers of Indian spiritual leader, hope I said it right, Bhagwan Shri Rajneesh, later known as Osho, on a vast ranch in Central Oregon. As this was pretty much, well, a cult. As Rajneesh, who was born Chandra Mohan Yan, was commonly known as Osho, as he was an Indian god man, philosopher, mystic, and founder of the Rajneesh movement. As he had rejected institutional religions, inciting that spiritual experience could not be organized into any system of religion, dogma. As a guru, he advocated meditation and had taught a unique form of dynamic meditation. Rejecting traditional ascetic practices, he encouraged his followers to embrace life where they fully will remain unattached to worldly desires. Rajneesh would soon, well, gather his followers and soon move his movement towards the United States, where he established a commune called Rajneesh Puram in Wasco County in Oregon. as the movement had ran into many conflicts with many county residents and state government, in a succession of legal battles concerning the construction and continued development that characterized the success. Alongside this group, even pretty much carrying out many attacks, such as in 1984, Ma, Sheila, and several members had pretty much planned and organized and executed a bioterrorism attack, poisoning the salad bars of 10 restaurants in the county. As the attack was purposed to decrease voter turnout by sickening and terrorizing incapacitated voters so many candidates could win the county elections. And nobody was killed, but many people were actually, very sick, and 45 people were even sent to the hospital. As this here was one of the largest biological warfare attacks in United States history. And this attack had backfired as it increased many voter turnouts. Alongside even plans to assassinate U.S. Attorney Charles H. Turner, as soon as several members would even be, arrested, including, Sheila. And that year, Rajneesh would soon be deported from the United States, as he pretty much stayed in Mumbai until he died in 1990. As this was one of the weirdest cults in history. One Taste Incorporated. Now, currently operating as an institution of OM, this is a business primarily dedicated to promoting orgasmic meditation, an activity which often male. I don't want to say it. As One Taste grew in many cities, as it was followed by Nicole Dandon and Robert Candle in San Francisco, as they had pretty much made around $12 million in 2017. As One Taste grew, it had received more media attention, as the organization was accused of cult-like operations, and expose by Bloomberg News had led to One Taste being investigated by the FBI for sex trafficking, prostitution, and violation of labor laws. And shortly after, One Taste had closed all their U.S. locations and stopped hosting in-person classes. As the founders would actually be arrested and would actually be convicted in June of this year, 2025. So yeah. Alamo Christian Foundation. Now this was a cult which was founded in 1969 by Tony Alamo and his wife Susan Alamo. Now there have been many legal troubles, as this cult leader had pretty much did horrible stuff, as doing many tax evasions. He had pretty much engaged in abusive behavior with his followers, as he was convicted of 10 sexual assault offenses of children in 2009, as he received a maximum sentence of 175 years that he was in prison until his death in May of 2017. As the church was heavily Protestant and pretty much frequently referred to as the sect of Jesus movement, as also very anti-Catholic and pretty much only accepted the King James Version of the Bible. And Susan Alamo frequently attacked organized religion on her programs, so she was just pretty much just attacking other religions. And its members adhered to a moral code which required proper dress and standards of behavior, and commanded them to forbade the use of drugs, homosexuality, adultery, birth control, and abortion. I Am activity. Now this is also referred to as the I Am Temple. This is a neo-theosophical religious movement founded in the early 1930s by Guy Ballard and his wife Edna Ann Wheeler Ballard. Based on the teachings of ascended masters, it is an offshoot of theosophy and a major precursor of several New Age religions. And this movement had up to around 1 million followers in 1938 and is active today, but on a smaller scale. As I Am activity was influenced by the teachings of Helena Blavatsky and William Quan Judge, two founders of the original Theosophical Society. As the movement also adopted elements of New Thought, anti-spiritual movements, and Ballard added a strong nationalistic flavor, claiming that a new golden age will emerge in the United States. And the Ballards also borrowed from Willard Dunley Paley's spiritual writings, with Edna allegedly attending several classes offered by Paley. While there's no indication that Paley was a member of I Am, he even recruited several members of his fascist organization, Civil Legion of America. As the movement existence pretty much called the group of ascended masters, hierarchy of supernatural beings that includes the original masters such as Jesus, El Morakan, Rata Ebe, in addition to several other beyond the original 20 masters of the ancient wisdom. As the ascended masters are believed to be humans who have lived in a succession of reincarnations in physical bodies or cosmic beings. Over time, those who have passed through various embodiments became highly advanced souls and are able to move beyond the cycles of re-embodiments and karma, with their ascension becoming immortal. Ascended masters are believed even communicate to humanity through certain trained messengers. So yeah. And Bala had died in 1938, as they still exist to this day, but on a very, very small scale. Satanic Red. Now, Satanic Red is a satanic occult with a Marxist political orientation that was founded in Tabatani, Rajasthan, if I said it right, 1997. I couldn't find much about them, but they are largely based on the writing of H.P. Lovecraft, mixed with elements of Central Asian folklore. As a group has pretty much been notable with their online activism and use of communist symbols, merged with satanic ones. And they claim to belong to the left-hand path, but do not identify as theistic Satanists, and matter that believe in Satan as a god with a personality, since they conceive it as Sat and Tan, being and becoming. And the religious practice of the Satanic Red is comprised of occult rituals, a form of baptism, and the organization also advocates a renewed New Deal as a moderate social program of reform inspired by Franklin D. Roosevelt. I couldn't find much about them, so yeah. And I even discovered that there's a website about them. So I don't know if they're still active to this day or not, so yeah. The December Mystery Mysteries, if I said it right, were a popular secret religious cult on the Greek island of Syracuse, which is centered on the century of the Greek gods, offering initiates a spiritual renewal, hope, and protection at the sea. As they pretty much have like anybody can join, you can like slaves, foreigners, women, anybody can join, alongside having veiled festivals dedicated to the mysterious cabaret gods, with secret guarded by vows of silence, which is still unknown to this day a little bit. And a number of the great gods who they had worshipped is pretty much like kept secret, though they're mostly likely related to the god Hephaestus, as these rites were open to all people of social status. And they're even mentioned by authors like Plato and Herodotus. Ramtha School of Enlightenment. Hope I said it right. Now, Ramtha School of Enlightenment is an American New Age spiritual sect near the city of Yelm, Washington, as this here has been very controversial. Now, this was established by J.Z. Knight, who claims to channel a over 30,000-year-old being called Ramtha, the Lighted One. The school teachings are based on channeling sessions and can be considered to be a very crazy cult. Founded in the 1980s by J.Z. Knight, she had pretty much made this school on her 80-acre estate in Yelm, Washington, and the school had around 80 staff members as of 2014. And according to the website, it is an academy of the mind that offers retreats to works for all people in ages and culture. And their teachings is pretty much that human beings had a capacity to utilize their inner wisdom and focus their brain to create their own reality. Pretty much like a domain expansion from JJK. As the school curriculum is based on supposing channelings by Knight of the entity Ramtha, although the school have been criticized for being a cult, which it is if it's on this list, so yeah. And the many controversies they pretty much had was financial manipulation, pretty much like taking a whole lot of people's money, alongside even having many instances of many racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic statements made by J.Z. Knight while channeling the entity Ramtha. As many videos from 2012 have featured her pretty much making very crazy stuff, and even be having fulfilled prophecies as Ramtha, her Ramtha persona, had made predictions such as an imminent Holocaust will happen in 1985 involving war with the United States. It didn't happen. We're still here. So yeah, it's still ongoing, if I believe. So yeah. The Church of Subgenius. Now, the Church of Subgenius is a parody religion that satirizes well-known belief systems, as it teaches a complex philosophy that focuses on J.R. Bob Dobbs, as he's pretty much perfectly a salesman from the 1950s, as who was revered as a prophet by the church, and he's pretty much like the main church mascot. I just here focus on a complex philosophy that focuses on J.R. Bob Dobbs, the dude I just talked about, this weird dude smoking a pipe, is a salesman from the 1950s who was a revered prophet by the church. And Subgenius leaders had developed the detailed narratives about Dobbs and his relationships to various gods and conspiracies. as the central deity is Jehovah One and is combined by other gods drawn from ancient myth and popular fiction. As they pretty much believe that it describes a grand conspiracy that seeks to brainwash the world and oppress Dobbs' followers. As in his narrative, the church presents a blend of cultural references and elaborate remixes of many sources. As Ivan Stang, who co-founded the church in the 1970s, serves as leader and publicist, as he had pretty much imitated actions of other religious leaders using tactics of culture jamming and attempted their parody better known faith. As church leaders instruct their followers to avoid mainstream commercialism and the belief in absolute truths, and the group hold the quality of stack is the utmost importance, but it's never clearly defined. Like, looking at the footage of it, it's like stacked like money, respect, I don't know. And the number of the followers is really unknown because it's very hidden, so we don't know how many people is part of it. And although the church message has been welcomed by college students and artists in the United States, the group has been compared to discordism, as journalists often describe the church as a big joke, and some academics have defended it as a real religion. But it's just very confusing. This feels like just a big meme, like a huge meme that's been going on for years. Alongside the commercials, like some from you see in GTA, like no joke, like this like a GTA commercial.
Sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away.
Tier 5 now. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, this thing's about to get really crazy now, so it's getting spooky. Dignity Colony. This was an isolated colony established in post-World War II in Chile by immigrant Germans, which have become notorious for their intermittent torture and murder of descendants. During the military dictatorship of General Pinochet in the 1970s, while under the leadership of German immigrant preacher Paul Schaeffer, colonial Djibouti has been described as a state within a state. As Schaeffer and members of the colony were deeply religious and followed the teachings of William Branham, the main legal economic activity of the colony was agriculture. In various past periods, it also had many schools, airstrips, and a hospital, and a restaurant too. As colonial Djibouti longest continuous leader was Paul Schaeffer, who arrived in the colony in 1961. As he was a fugitive, as he was accused of child molestation in West Germany. As the organization he had led in Chile was described as alternately as a cult or a group of harmless eccentrics. As the organization was very secretive, and the colony was surrounded by barbed wire, fences, and even a watchtower and searchlights, pretty much making like a weird concentration camp. Joseph Mengele, infamous Nazi concentration camp doctor known as the Angel of Death, was actually at the colony there. This was pretty much kind of follow on as many Nazis had pretty much escaped many places in South America and pretty much helped many of the dictatorships in South America. Sherry Schreiner. Now, she was an American online conspiracy theorist, self-proclaimed prophet, and cult leader known for her fringe beliefs involving aliens and reptilian humanoids and a new world order. As she had promoted an alien agenda, pretty much theorizing that claiming that society, government, and even churches have infiltrated by alien beings, specifically reptilian shapeshifters. As she had used the Bible code to reveal these conspiracy theories. Once again, the generic, reptilians, they control the world, they're gonna kill us all, whatever, which isn't true. She had even gained controversy online when one of her groups was linked to a violence and death of a high-profile case that involved two followers, Barbara Rogers and Stephen Minnow. Schreiner had declared Rogers to be a vampire, which reptilian super soldier, which had led to conflict within the group, as he was murdered by Rogers in 2017, mainly because they were infighting and his belief that Schreiner herself was a reptilian. And Schreiner had died in 2018, but she would still have a mass amount of followers. So I don't know how many followers she had right now, but that's all. And she also made many books too, and I don't know how her books are, but looking at like Amazon, they got a 4.5 stars, so that's something. The Light of the World Church is a oneness Pentecostal and restoring Christian organization present in various countries, whose main headquarters is in Mexico. As according to its beliefs, the true church founded by Jesus in the 1st century was restored in 1926 by Eusebio Joaquin Gonzalez, as soon will have been lit by Sambo Joaquin Flores to found his son from his death in 2014. And he was succeeded by his son, Nasan Joaquin Garcia, who was arrested in 2019 and sentenced in the United States in 2022 to 16 years and 8 months on prison on 3 counts of child sexual abuse after pleading guilty. He only got 16 years. As many of the leaders have pretty much been known to be very, very corrupt, as actually all of them pretty much been known to sexually abuse many people. Mythic mysteries. Now, mythic mysteries refer to a woman mystery religion centered on a god Mithras, popular with soldiers from the 1st to 4th centuries AD. As initiates met in underground temples called Mithras for secret rituals, which also include secret handshakes, similar meals, and 7-tiered initiation process involving grades like the Raven, Soldier, and the Father. As the central myth depicted Mithras selling a cosmic bull, a scene interpreted with astrological and Platonic physical themes. As key aspects to the mythic mysteries, as evolved, religion involved a 7-tier initiation system where members are progressed through grades and associated with planets and symbols. Alongside even many ceremonies with even similar like death and rebirth, sometimes even revolving being killed with a theater sword or ejecting a crown to say, Mithra is my true crown. As this was actually seen as one of the earliest rivals of Christianity, as in the 4th century, Mithras had faced many persecutions from Christians, and the religion was soon suppressed and eliminated in the Roman Empire by the end of the century. The Trinity Foundation. This is an American watchdog ministry founded by O. Anthony in 1972. And its main mission is to expose the abuse of trust by televangelism in religious organizations, as it had provided information to news outlets as well as state and federal agencies. As that pretty much investigated many religious organizations, alongside even 4 members had even been very critical of the foundation in Anthony, accusing it as abuse alongside even having cultism, namely in the practices done by him as a leader, which included a hot seat sessions that led to many verbal attacks led by Anthony under the guise of cleansing. Alongside the group even having many financial issues, as the group had defaulted on $42 million in tax-exempt revenue bonds related to apartment complex purchase for homeless project, raising many questions about their money. Even some members have pretty much blamed Trinity for the breakup of their families and marriages, and some members have reportedly had nervous breakdown, as 3 members have even died by. And the Trinity Foundation is still here to this day. Los Narcoseternos. I hope I said it right. So this was a strange cult. So Alfonso Cancendo was a Cuban-American serial killer, drug dealer, and cult leader who had led a infamous drug trafficking occult gang in Matamoros, and that was dubbed the Narco-Satanists by the media, as his cult members nicknamed the Godfather. He had led the cult with Sadra Aldet, who followed nicknamed the Godmother. And the cult was involved in multiple ritualistic killings in Matamoros, including the murder of Mark Kilroy, an American student abducted and tortured and killed in the area in 1989. As he had pretty much was known for being a drug smuggler, as soon he was soon moved to Mexico City, as he had soon began to run a profitable business casting spells to bring good luck. Involved expensive ritual sacrifice of chickens, goats, snakes, zebras, and even lions. As many of his clients were rich drug dealers and hitmen who enjoyed the violence of his magical displays that he had also attracted other rich members of Mexican society. And he soon started to raid graveyards for human bones put in his cauldron. As soon they started killing people, as the killings had went up to around 20 victims whose mutilated bodies were found around Mexico City. Even believing that his magic was the reason why, his power was pretty much helping, many Mexican cartels. As his cult was soon kidnapped Mark Kilroy outside a Mexican bar and took him to a ranch, as Kilroy was a U.S. citizen who had been in Mexico on spring break. As he was brought to the ranch, as he was presumed murdered. In order to put pressure from many Texan politicians, Mexican police initially picked up 4 of his followers. And the police that raided the ranch, they had found inside the cauldron a dead black cat and even a human brain. And 15 mutilated corpses were dug up into the ranch. One of them was Kilroy's. Jacinto had tried to flee Mexico City with 4 of his followers, but they were soon discovered. But at the time they had found them, both Jacinto and Juanita would be dead. And a total of 14 members of the cult were actually charged with the range of crimes from murder and drug running. As this was one of the darkest cults I ever heard. There's also a movie called Borderland, which is based on the cult. The Church of Euthanasia. Now, this is a religion and anti-alienist, nihilist, I thought I said it right, activist organization, founded by Chris Corda and Robert Kimbark in Boston, Massachusetts. As it stated that is on his website, is a non-profit education foundation devoted to restoring balance between humans and remaining species on Earth. As its member affirms that the only way that can pretty much, turn to reality by a massive voluntary poverty reduction, which depends on a leap in the human consciousness to be self-aware. And according to Corda, it is likely that this is a church, this is the only, church in the world, and the only anti-human religion that only believes this. As the popular slogan of this cult is save the planet and kill yourself. And its founding ideology is saying one commandment, thou shalt not procreate. And 4 main pillars is suicide, abortion, cannibalism, and sodomy. Which, this is just crazy. As the church stressed population reduction by voluntary means only and rejects murder and eugenics as a member of achieving it. As the church promotes its environmental views, but also utilize sermons, art performances, public demonstrations, culture jamming, music, publicity stunts, and direction to promote their ideas of Earth population control, and consider themselves their methods similar to those of the Dadaist movement. And they even had what appeared on the Jerry Springer show, so that's very crazy. And also following the 9/11 attacks, the church had posted on the website a 4-minute music video titled I Like to Watch, combining hardcore pornography with attacks of 9/11, which is just super messed up. And I don't know if they're still active to this day, but they are just very, very, very crazy. The cult of Dionysus. Now, the cult of Dionysus is considered to be other devotees who involve themselves in form of the worship of the reverence of Dionysus. It's a title ritual performed by the cult include the orgia, which is, a forced rite involving dances during the night, as the Dionysian and Leonid festivals in Athens were dedicated to Dionysus, as well as many phallic processions. These processions also include villagers parading down the streets in large phallic representations. The cult of Dionysus traced back to at least Mycenaean Greece, since his name was found on, many tablets in that time. And they pretty much worship the god of rhyme, ecstasy, madness, fertility, theater, and rebirth, Dionysus. And this cult has also been very controversial, especially later on in Rome, as it was very secretive and very intense, as they were pretty much well known to be very, very sexual. Lord Resistance Army. So this is a Christian extremist organization operating in Central Africa and East Africa, as origins were in the Ugandan insurgency during the late 1980s. Now, this was founded by Joseph Kony. Now, this group is active in Northern and South Sudan, Uganda, Central African Republic, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. As its stated goal is against many, oppression under censorship regimes, alongside even, establishment of an independent government reflecting ethnic diversities and democratic principles. As the LAR is a centered blend of Christianity, traditional African spiritualism, and other religious elements, in a complex combination with folks from Akoli culture and African mysticism. As this struggle has exacted a heavy humanitarian toll, as widespread displacement, loss of life, and atrocities against civilians devastating northern Uganda. Despite allegations of brutality, groups they have pretty much seek international recognition, even though that they are pretty much very controversial, as they pretty much use the use of murder people, they abduct people, mutilation people, criminal child soldiers, and they even participate in child sex slavery. And it's still going on to this day, as there's even then they were designated as a terrorist group by the United States, but I assume it was removed by the list of designated terror groups, even though that they had committed many horrible stuff against people. Tipo said, now this is an occult religious organization founded in 1975 as a new religious movement in the form of Western esotericism, as the temple espouses a new religion known as Satanism. Those practices are called citizens. This is sometimes identified as a form of Satanism. This was established by Michael Aquino, an American political scientist, military officer, and high-ranking member of the Anton LaVey Church of Satan. This typifies with LaVey's materialistic approach of abolition of regional groups and commercialized of the church degrees. He has soon resigned and pretty much started the church temple set. As he pretty much believe the Satan name is that set, which had been used by his followers in ancient Egypt. As Aquino had soon joining establishment the temple by a number of other former Church of Satan members, and soon various ascetic groups were soon established all across the United States. Ascetians believed that Set is one of the real God and that he had been aided humanity by giving them questionings like the black flame, which he said it distinguished them from other animal species. As Set is held in high esteem as a teacher who those examples is to be immolated, but not worshipped as a deity. Alongside even Satanists believe in the existence of magic as a force that can be manipulated through a ritual. However, the nature of these rituals is not prescribed by the temple. Specifically, Aquino had described Satan practice as black magic, as a term which he soon will define as idiosyncratically. And they're still on, to this day, as they are now present in the United States, Australia, and Europe, with the estimated membership is to be around either 500 people. Temple of Zeus. Now, originally known as the Joy of Satan Ministries, this is a cult religious organization founded in 2002 by Andrea M. Dietrich. Now, this was a form of Western ecosystem. The Temple of Zeus espouses religion known as Ziovism, which practitioners who are called Zividists identify themselves as another form of Satanism. As the Temple of Zeus advocates an ideology that presents a thesis of theistic Satanism, Nazi occultism, Gnosticism, neo-paganism, Western esotericism, UFO conspiracy theories, and alien beliefs. As members believe Zeus, which they also refer to Satan, to be the true father and creator of God and humanity, who desire for his creation to humanity to evaluate themselves through knowledge and understanding. And I couldn't really find much of how many members are here, and they pretty much promote a variety of occult practices such as methods for demonic entities and guidelines for making pacts with them. The Temple of Zeus considered that Satanism in practice is the true nature of humanity that precedes Christianity and Islam. The Finder's Code. Now, the Finder's Code was an intentional community and new religious movement that was founded in Washington, D.C. and Virginia in the late 1960s by former Air Force Master Sergeant Marion Pede, as they believed in New Age and Eastern religions ideas, particularly Taoism. And it soon came to wire public attention as in 1987, arrest of the two members for misdemeanor child abuse, leading to accusations that the group was a satanic cult in a pedophile wing and kidnapping children. And this was even me, people also believe that this was even made by the CIA to kidnap children. As the belief system, was very kept secret from outsiders, as the group beliefs were electric and sourced from various traditions, as they combined both Eastern religions and New Age and human potential movement concepts. And the group has soon radically changed their child rearing practices to raise a generation of talented children to replicate what they had believed was to be the original method of living of Native Americans, as the children were raised communally instead by their parents. At about 1987, there will be an investigation where two men associated with the group were arrested in Tallahassee, Florida, after the police had found them in a park with 6 unkempt children. While initial reports that materials had found during searches, many people have believed that this was, a satanic cult, and that they're targeting children. As soon as we went to conspiracy theories that will be longer on, as there was, a conspiracy theory that the CIA had, involvement within this, which led to the Department of Justice, getting involved. And the CIA even denied involvement, saying, we didn't do this. This will soon, create many, conspiracy theories later on, like the conspiracy theory of Pizzagate and those surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. Soon the allegations will soon drop in the late 1980s, and the group will have soon dissolved around the time of Marion Pede's death in 2003. World of Faith Fellowship is a Protestant non-denomination church in Spindale, North Carolina, as it had been associated with several allegations described as a cult of abuse. Beginning in 1979, when Jane Whaley, then a math teacher, and her husband Sam Whaley had converted a former steakhouse into a chapel. So they turned a normal steakhouse into a chapel. And the group had soon, gained many followers, up to 700. but soon also had many followers in related churches in Brazil, Ghana, Scotland, Sweden, and other countries. And they had pretty much made many missionary trips to these countries. And this church has pretty much been very controversial as a number of abuse, as many critics had described it as a cult and accused them of many abuses, pretty much of very strong prayer and how they pretty much control many people's lives. As many cases of many sexual abuse would even happen. As this church is still going on, if I recall, even though that all the horrible stuff they had did. So yeah.
Release me! Release me!
Okay. The Kidwelly sex cult was a British cult that operated in Kidwelly, Wales, that had children for decades until the perpetrators were arrested in 2010, known by it as a church. As leader Colin Bailey psychologically terrorized and cohorts many children. As this cult pretty much had exploited many vulnerable teenagers using occult practices and literatures, justifies them for his abuse, and even brainwashes. And it was led by Colin Bailey and his wife, as well as 3 other women. As this was just a horrible cult. As Bailey, 3 female members and a second man were convicted of child sex offenses in 2011 and will be jailed. And he had 11 counts of rape. All those were children. And he was only given 11 years. Which all of them were given very less sentences. So they can be soon later on they can be out in the street doing horrible stuff again. 764. Now this here is an online cult that was pretty much split from another online cult called Cult Network, alongside even being part of the Order of the Nine Angles. So yeah. Now 674 have been described as a satanic neo-Nazi cult, as this here is even classified as a terror network by United States Department of Justice, and is considered a terrorist tier 1 by the FBI and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. As this here is one of the horrible things, one of the worst things ever seen on the internet. 764 was founded by 2021 by Bradley Chance Canterhead at the age of 15. Yeah, he was a school dropout as he learned techniques from exploiting minors and extortion on Discord server of Cult, and pretty much founded 764, which is based off the town area code he's from. 764 is primarily active on Discord and Telegram, and even parts of Roblox and Minecraft, as they pretty much target children and dispute many CSAM material. As they drive many influences from the Order of the Nine Angles alongside the No Ladders Live movement, as they pretty much activate worldwide and pretty much just tell people to do horrible stuff to themselves, such as camera. As majority of the members, even part of 764, are actually teenagers or just horrible, edgy fucking losers. As many members part of 764 are actively being hunted down by the FBI and other law enforcement, and they are still awaiting trial, and many of the guys are actually in jail for horrible stuff of many people of trying to gain access to CSAM material, which is just horrible. Universe people. Now, universe people, or the cosmic people of the light of powers or heavenly angels, is a Czech and Slovak UFO religion founded in the 1990s, centered on Evo A. Benda, as the belief system is based upon the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations communicating with Benda and other contactees. Since October 1997, telepathically, the leader have been dreaded personal contact, and since 2007, they have distinctly opposed the RFAID chipping and warn against human implantation. Therefore, which they claim that they pretty much believe that it's trying to enslave the human race. And following the mass members of the Heaven's Gate in 1997, the Universe people attracted the attention of the Czech media as a group similar ideology and the potential to commit similar acts. As I wrote, very similar. And according to Benda, Institute civilizations operate a fleet of spaceships led by Ashtar Galactic Command, orbiting the Earth, and closely watch and help the good and are waiting to transport their followers into another dimension. Which is heavily based off, well, similar a bit to Heaven's Gate a bit. Le Tahor. So Le Tahor, or Pure Heart, is a Jewish cult that was founded in Israel by Shlomo Helbons in 1989. As it consists of around 300 members, and according to many, it engages in child sexual abuse, pedophilia, and rape. As this is one of the most controversial cults in the world. And the group follows a fundamentalist form of Jewish practice that adheres to an atypical interpretation of Jewish law, including practices, lengthy prayer sessions, arranged marriages between teenagers, and head-to-toe black coverings for girls and women beginning at the age of 3. As the group had faced many accusations of kidnapping, sexual abuse, and child abuse, as some of its members have been charged of convicted related offensive. And this had even been considered to be very extreme and radical by other many Jewish groups, including, well, many Israeli far-right groups don't even like them. And they even have been even called, well, the Jewish Taliban by many Israel by news outlets. And the group had moved frequently from being located in Israel from 1988 to 1990 to the United States, until they went back to Israel again in 2003, and then Canada from 2003 to 2013, and Guatemala after fleeing Canada, Mexico around 2017, and in late 2021, they have moved between several Eastern European and Balkan countries, where they were present in North Macedonia after a short stay in Sarajevo and Bosnia, after being deported from Romania, Turkey, and Albania in Moldova. And they're still active to this day, as right now they are currently located in Colombia in 2025. As many people have pretty much been like, well, trying to crack down on this group and rescue many children from them. Educo. Now this is a name of a controversial organization that has been described as a cult. Founded by Irish businessman and mind coach and so-described spiritual leader Tony Quinn, the organization and its leader have been subject of court allegations, legal battles, and accusations of financial and physical abuse for decades. As Tony Quinn have been described as a crazy cult leader, he had created this in the 1990s. He had pretty much said that he cured cancer, alongside even promotes mind control that can help you and stuff, alongside mini yoga. But there have been controversies around this code, as this code has pretty much faced accusations of financial corruption alongside sexual abuse. And it's still going on to this day, even though they're still getting in trouble, many legal troubles. Astarte. Now the code of Astarte is the Hellenized form of an ancient near goddess that was worshipped around the Bronze Age in the Levant among the Canaanites and Phoenicians. Though she was originally associated with Amorite cities like Yurgat and Emir, as well as Mari and Elba, she was also celebrated in Egypt, especially during the reign of Ramesses, as she is a major goddess of love, fertility, sexuality, and war. As she was worshipped around the time of ancient Mediterranean trade all the way to 300 BCE. But her cult would soon decline with the spread of Islam and Christianity, and though some elements may even still continue within many folklore around the region. The House of Yahweh. The House of Yahweh is a religious group based in Eula, Texas, as it simply has been controversial and referred to a cult by many foreign members. As Yasser Hawkins, also known as Buffalo Bill, is the House of Yahweh founder. As in 1974, his brother, G.J. Hawkins, had returned from a 7-year visit trip to Israel, claiming that he had found proof of Yahweh's name, shortly after he had formed the first House of Yahweh in Odessa, Texas, as he had preached distant doctrines that his brother agreed with, such as the necessity of referring to the Creator as Yahweh and the Messiah as Joshua, as well as the firing of the Torah and Jewish festivals. As he would soon legally change his name to Yasarel, who I said it right, and began the House of Yahweh. As his practice draws from Judaism, as it follows the Torah and the 613 laws and rules found in the Pentateuch, who I said it right again, as they believe that observance of these laws promotes peace and love and answer to many problems of the world, adhere to a kosher diet, truly following dietary rules of Leviticus 11, and wear garments similar to Jewish yarmulke and the talib in worship. Alongside having many, end time predictions, as in 2006, multiple times, he announced in a newsletter that a nuclear war began, which didn't happen. Even all the way up to 2016, the group kept claiming that nuclear war happened. Even a baby would be born that would be the date of the nuclear baby, which didn't happen. Like all the way into 2016, when they had pretty much said that a nuclear war happened on Christmas Day, so members had attended and watched the world end, and nothing happened. And having many legal issues, as a former House of Yahweh member had pleaded guilty to injury to a child in negligence, performing surgery on his 7-year-old daughter, which led to her death. Even the elder of it was arrested for sexual assault of his 14-year-old stepdaughter, as he would soon be, sentenced to 30 years in prison. And Hawkins would soon have died in 2021. Jehovah Wanoi, hope I said it right, he was a supplicating God who had lived in the Kimmerer Rock village in Kenya, as he had claimed to be the Almighty God and deemed Jesus to be his son, as he considered Mount Elgon, which is near his home, to be Mount Zion, as he died on July 18th at age 91. As he also claimed to cure AIDS and stated that he would punish Kenya if the country did not give him 3 billion Kenyan shillings, which is around over $30 million. I'm sorry. As he also referred to his ministry as the Lost Israelites of Kenya. And as he had around, and I'm being serious, he had 70 wives and 95 children. And he even had several grandchildren, as he refused to say that it was his children are also the son of God. And he also had, possibly to have around 1,000 followers who had followed him to consider him to be God, as it was just a crazy small cult in Kenya. Source Family was a 1970s Los Angeles-based utopian commune and spiritual group led by Father Yard, known for his communal living, organic vegetarianism, psychedelic music, and New Age mysticism, attracting celebrities and operating the source of one of LA's first health food restaurants. But it has soon dissolved for many internal conflicts. As James Edward Baker was a World War II veteran, martial arts expert, and successful restaurateur who branded himself as Father Yard and later Yahuwah. I think I said it right, I believe. As the group had blended elements of Kundalini yoga, Western mystery traditions, astrology, and organic vegetarian diet. And practices include communal living, daily meditation at 4 a.m., and the use of the sacred herb, aka cannabis. Alongside even the commune following their own experimental psychedelic rock band called Yahuwah 13, with Father Yah as the lead singer, as they record 9 albums that have been since became valuable collector albums. So if you own one of them in your basement, might want to keep that, get some money. So yeah, and there were many internal conflicts within this group, as they had faced many pressures from neighbors and authorities, and had soon moved from California to Hawaii, where Father Yard had soon died in a hang-gliding accident in 1975, as the group had soon disbanded a couple years later. So Cyrus is a strange cult. It's not really, a cult, but many people at pretty much discovered it. Now, by Jean McGuinness. Now, he was a French UFO contactee and UFOologist, as he had wrote several books putting a foot narrative that have been visited by extraterrestrials. After a car accident in 1969, McGuinness was a controversial figure, even among other UFOologists, who criticized him for his illogical and many, fake claims he had said, and even accused him of, forging documents. As his message greatly shifted over time, as his earlier books focusing on the more probable claims through medical and physiological records, and his third book and his final book establishing basically a religious message, as he was founder of the UFO religious organization Cyrus. As he pretty much said that Cyrus was not a religion, but many people, and including the anti-cult group, had even said it is a cult. And in 1992, he was even killed by his father-in-law, a member of ADFI, which is a French anti-cult group. as he was even, the best friend of Real, the creator of realism. And after his death, Real and his followers had even protested the group actions. The Sinjani Church of Jesus. Now, this is a Korean new religious organization founded by Lee Man-hee, as often described as a pseudo-religion or a cult by many mainstream churches. However, its defenders have pretty much said there's no claim or proof that it's a cult, as their teachings that their chairman, Lee Man-hee, is a pastor promised in the New Testament, and the Book of Revelation is written in secret parallels, that God has revealed meaning of these parallels to Chairman Lee. Before establishing his religious movement, he was a member of a controversial group called the Olive Tree, which is a new religious movement that has pretty much spawned the first anti-cult movement in post-war South Korea. Although the connection is not present in, the biology of Lee, because they probably, want to remove it, because, yeah. And he pretty much teaches that it is one religion, with members receiving salvation at last judgment, and not everyone in the group will be denied forgiveness and destroyed. And in 2020, there became a center of masculinity during the pandemic, as one member known as Patient 31 had infected other church members, causing it to surge in the city, as the disease had spread among members and thousands of others, as many people in South Korea started to pretty much blame them. Alongside even many cases happen around the world where many of these members had tried to infiltrate and convert other church members all around the world. And there have been many countries in South Korea, Australia, Colombia, India, New Zealand, Singapore, United Kingdom, even the United States. Maniac Murder Cult. Now, this is a centralizing group which is affiliated with the Order of the Nine Angles and 764, which I discussed earlier, which is other, neo-Nazi Satanist cults. Founded in Dnipro, I probably said it right, I hope I said it right, by Igor Krasnov when he was 16 years old. Yeah. This is active in Russia and Ukraine and other parts of Eastern Europe, as Krasnov is allegedly suspended from another far-right group with other 15 members, as they are expelled for creating extreme violent content. Which don't make any sense, because if you get kicked out of another far-right, hateful group for being too extreme, then that's just bad, which is crazy. And according to many research and terrorism research, the members take pride in attacking homeless people, immigrants, and LGBT communities, often for themselves in beatdowns, and even murdering some people in Russia. As in 2020, over 100 members of a Maniac Murder Cult was detained by Federal Security Service, as it is alleged that they were preparing a terrorist attack on civilians in government buildings. As Russian officials have even made the claim that they were supported by Ukraine to link arsonist attacks in Russia, as Ukraine had of course denied these claims. And Krasnov was in fact even detained in Ukraine, and he had boasted that he had killed at least 15 people. And in July of 2024, the leader of the group, Mikhail Butcher, native of Georgia, was arrested and facing 50 years in prison, as he pretty much had a plan to pretty much go to America and hand out many candy that was poisoned to many communities in New York City, target black people and Jewish people, which he was caught. As the group is classified as an online cult by many people, they also classified as a terrorist attack, as many of the people had even been claimed responsibility of the June 23rd bombing of a mosque in Russia, and they still acted to this day secretly online and make me post online in Telegram, Discord, or whatever. And look at these images that they even made. This is just some edgy 4chan Telegram shit I just seen. This very edgy stuff. Okay, so some of the stuff on Iceberg I had listed, most of that stuff came from me. This right here did not came from me. It's actually on a list. This is a real one. The giant testicle sex cult of Seattle. I am not showing anything for this, okay? But I don't want to get in trouble. So you're just gonna have to see gameplay of Fortnite, okay? Okay. So apparently in Seattle, there was a sex cult that had a bunch of dudes, inject silicones in their parts to make them big. Like balloons. Yeah, you had caused someone to die. As Jack Chapman, a 28-year-old Australian living in Seattle, had died from silicone embolism syndrome, resulting in hemorrhaging in his lungs. as apparently he was part of a BDMS steam community in Seattle, as he had served as one of the slaves to a dude named Dylan Halfterpan, nicknamed Noodles and Beef. As Halfterpan had pretty much been known to pretty much like post videos with his slaves and call them pups. And he even had large balloons, not balloons, as well. So yeah, it was like a weird cult to pretty like show their devotion to him. And they had to change their bodies so he can like pretty much like it. Yeah, I'm not gonna say much about this. So to my dudes out there, to my dudes, don't inject stuff in your parts, okay? Okay, just don't. Army of God. Now, Army of God have been described as a cult alongside a terrorist organization by many people. Now, this here is an underground terrorist organization in the United States. And this group have been known to pretty much commit many acts of kidnapping and murder. As this was formed in 1982, while sharing a common ideology and tactics, the group members claim that they really communicate with each other, so they don't really know each other as much, and they're pretty much known formally as leaderless resistance. As a group forbid to wish take actions against baby killing abortionists. By pretty much killing anyone, bombing places, they don't care. As one of the early documents incidents of Army of God being involved in anti-abortion activity had occurred in 1982, when 3 men said that they were the Army of God had kidnapped a doctor after performing abortions and his wife, and held them hostage, and they were soon released unharmed after 8 days. The East Coast Division of Army of God has claimed responsibility when 3 men, including Michael Bray, planted bombs in 7 abortion clinics in Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. And Shelley Shannon, who was a very active member of Army of God, was even found guilty of attempted murder of George Tiller and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. The following year, she was sentenced to an additional 20 years in prison on charges of arson. But George Tiller was soon be later assassinated by Scott Roeder in church during Sunday service. Now, it's kind of unknown if it's still active, which we don't really know if it's still active or if they're very hiding, or we just don't know. The Thule Society. Now, the Thule Society was a German occultist and Volkschaft group, I think I said it right, I don't know, founded in Munich shortly after World War I. Named after the mythical northern country and Greek legend, the society is notably chiefly as the organization that sponsored the German Workers' Party, which was later organized by Adolf Hitler and turned into the Socialist German Workers' Party, or the Nazi Party. And according to Hitler's biography, Ein Kester was the organization. Membership lists read who's of the early Nazi sympathizers and leader figures in Munich, including Rudolf Hess, Alfred Rosenberg, Hans Frank, and Karl Herrer. As author Nicholas Clark contends that Hans Frank and Rudolf Hess had been the Thule members, but other leader Nazis had been invited to speak at Thule meetings. As they are a German study group that also acts for a secret society and has been called a precursor of many Nazi parties as well, as they have many beliefs of claiming concerning origins of the Aryan race, alongside even becoming one of the main conspiracy theories concerning Nazi Germany due to its occult background and many theories of the Nazis making UFOs and even using cult magic to make evil stuff and Call of Duty zombies. As the Thule Society was actually a split from another group, which I might get into right now, called Germengorden, or the Germanic Teutonic Order. It was an occultist and Volkschaft secret society in early 20th century Germany. As it was founded in Berlin in 1912 by Theodor Frischnitz and several prominent German occultists who had led the office, and the Guido von List Society in High Armenian Order. As during World War I, Germengorden has since split into 2 parts, as Edward von Bruxhahn had become Grand Master of the Lawyers Germengorden. As it had around over 1,000 members, and it will soon fall apart and will turn into the Thule Society. As the Germengorden, I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong, and I'm really sorry to anybody who speaks German, has a hierarchical frontal structure based on humanity. As the structure was adopted due to the assumption that Jews engaged in secret organizations and that it would be best to counter their influence over Germany. After that, pretty having influence during, Germany World War I, but it would soon start becoming, very anti-Semitic. It was already anti-Semitic. Alongside that, this cult had pretty much, influenced the swastika and the cross and the symbol in 1916. Pretty much going to be like the soon order that soon influence, the Nazis, hateful rhetoric later on. As both societies would pretty much, sponsor and pretty much become one of the bases of, Nazi occultism that still affects, the world to this day, as there are really many Nazi occultist groups out there. So, yeah. No Lives Matter is a misanthropic organization that advocates for violence, terrorism, and destruction of humanity, which is sort of similar to euthanasia, but more crazier. It just has pretty much, more radical nihilism and have many ties to Order of the Nine Angles and 764. As this had gained many notoriety for many attacks, alongside even released many violent manifestos explaining their philosophy, as well as advice on assault and murder. As pretty much it's very violent and have even made many propaganda as we call itself Children of Fire, as the whole mission is to kill mundane, ordinary people in any dimension they are even deployed in. And the group uses private messaging boards such as Telegram and Discord, as they are just very crazy. The 12 Tribes, formerly known as Divine Christian Community Church, is a movement which is described as either a cult or new religious movement. It was founded by Gene Spriggs and sprang out of the Jesus movement in 1972 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, as a group called itself to recreate the first century church that was described in the books of Acts. As the group origins in Chattanooga had led to planted churches in the surrounding areas, as in the late 1970s, the group began a community in Island Pond, Vermont, as soon as they had left Tennessee and moved to Vermont. As the 12 Tribes believes was the use of the Christian fundamentalism, Hebrew roots movement, and Mennonite Judaism, and the Sacred Name movement. However, the groups believe that all denominations are fallen, therefore it refuses to align itself with any Christian denomination. As the group also exclusively used its own reincarnation of the Hebrew name of Joshua, believing that the name Joshua would represent the true nature of Jesus. Alongside, the group have pretty much been really criticized for being, having very white supremacist views toward black people and Jewish people. And group teachings have been characterized as racist, misogynist, and homophobic. And as ex-members even at many face many corporal punishment as failure to stop child sexual abuse and exploitation of foreigners for labor. As authorities removed 40 children from a group in Germany after journalists had showed evidence of the child abuse. And the action was upheld by the European Court of Human Rights. Alongside even a murder, as in November of 2024, Darren Cody Gambrell, member of the 12 Tribes, was found stabbed to death at a community in Tennessee, as Adam Arthur Rosenthal, who had joined the 12 Tribes 6 months earlier, had confessed to the police of killing him to prove his faith to God. And they are still active to this day and have around 5,000 members. Bohemian Groove. Now, Bohemian Groove is a compound in California founded in 1878, as it belongs to a private gentleman club known as the Bohemian Club, and in mid-July each year, they host more than 2 encampments with some of the most prominent men in the world, and these include crazy rituals. Oh my god, what is this? Now, over the years, Bohemian Groove had, conspired many conspiracy theories, as there's pretty much believed that a lot of rich men, women, many celebrities go here and they just do crazy rituals and even rumors of human sacrifices as they go around this big owl thing. Okay, let me explain it more. This was a tradition of a summer encampment that was established 6 years after the Bohemian Club, as Henry Edwards, a stage actor founding member, announced that he relocated to New York City to further his career. As soon later on, he had met 100 Bohemians that gathered in the Redwoods in Marin County, Taylorville, for an evening party in Edward's honor. Free-flowing liquor and some Japanese lanterns have put a glow on the festivities. As this soon started, the yearly party of Bohemian Grove, as members of the club that came together in various locations, both in Marin and Sonoma counties, in the Redwood Grove that once stood near Duncan Mills. At this year is well a private club, so nobody can really get in unless you're like super rich or a politician or just somebody who got a lot of money. And it's particularly during a midsummer encampment, as the number of guests is strictly limited due to the small size of facilities. And it is heavily guarded as well, as it is well protected by a security team year-round, as it pretty much employs ex-military personnel to secure the area, as they use high-end security equipment like thermal night visions, motion detectors, pretty much everything. As one of the main symbols of this club in the mascot is the owl, symbolizing wisdom. There's even a 30-foot hollow owl statue made of concrete over still that pretty much in the lake of Bohemian Grove. There's even well a huge owl shrine, which has pretty much been the most famous thing of Bohemian Grove. At this is called the cremation of care. This ceremony, which is a theatrical production in which some of the club members participate as actors. It was first conducted in 1881, as it was devised by James F. Bowman and George T. Bromley, playing the high priest, as it was originally set up a plot with serious hijinks, traumatic performance in the weekends of summer camp encampments. Out of spirit of care was slain by Jenks Hero, who was solemnly cremated, as the ceremony was set up as a pent up for high spirits to present symbolism and salvation by the trees of the club. And it's very no strict on cameras, but we do have some camera footage of it. Like here's one that has Ronald Reagan in it and Nixon. There's some other people I don't know. I really don't know. I'm sorry. And of course the famous owl thing, which we don't really know what's really going on in Bohemian Grove as much, as it's super secret. And like and there it is, everybody. The Colts Iceberg Explained. Oh my goodness, that's like over 4 hours. Yeah, this was really fun to make. I had a blast making this, and that's all I gotta say. Colts are strange, weird, and scary, so don't join them, or you probably are in one. So get out of one if you're in one. So yeah. And I know some people may say, you actually forgot some details. Yes, you forgot. Listen, I'm not trying to explain, trying to go deep into detail with them. That'll be like 10 hours long. I know I probably forgot some other quotes out there, because some other ones I probably forgot. So that's for another day. And I'm really glad I made this video, and I don't know what else to say now. But yeah. Also, it's Christmas Day. I'm making this video, I think, like around Christmas time. Jingle bells, ho ho ho. So happy holidays if you celebrate any holidays, and New Year's too. So because it's the last video of this year, because I had a fun year of making videos. Like we got ones that are like super long, we got ones that are super short. But I'm really glad that I made many videos that make me happy. I don't know what else to say now, but instead, have a good day or night. Make sure that you're drinking water. We got foods in your body. You're moving around, and happy holidays and New Year. So yeah, until I see you guys again, peace.